Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of The Lifting. Today's episode is being filmed on 6/29/24. This is going to be a very interesting episode. The information's a long time coming, folks, being at least collated in one place, that is. So before we get started, Joanna, you want to do the law of one?
Sure. We are all one, and when one is harmed, all are harmed. When one is helped, all are helped. Therefore, in the name of who I am, and I am one with all there is, that only the highest good be done. We pray for you, your friends, your family, your loved ones to let healing energies in. Let them love you, let them nourish you, and let them bring you to your highest good. We ask for benevolence now to come in with no conflicting agenda to join all of us for this conversation. We wish for malevolence and mischievous beings to be swept aside so that this conversation can be had. And with that, and with the truest of blessings sent your way, we say, so be it.
So be it. Many of you have probably heard of this concept. Of course, they probably have across the internet. Of course, we've talked about the psionic dampening. We talked about the dumbing. We talked about the psionic wars on GIC. We've gone into a lot of in-depth. So if you want to see the thing on the psionic wars, go to galacticinterstellarcouncil.com. It's clearly labeled under the page material that's called the psionic wars. So this particular episode, though, I was dubbing the Agent Smith effect. Some people call it the Mr. Smith effect, as it were. And some people have already tried to corrupt this information, believe it or not. And I'll get into how in a minute. But this is actually, I will bring up share screen for a second. All right. This, I will go with the center one. Center one. There we go. All right. This is the Agent Smith. This is the original meme that came out years ago, and it's been corrupted since then. But this was the original one that I happened to locate. So in my own files and also online too. So the Agent Smith effect in the movie, The Matrix, Agent Smith has the ability to enter any body at any time, and that often happens when the Matrix is threatened by Neo. This scenario is a reflection of our real world. For example, you're having a conversation with a friend and everything is fine until you mention something like 9/11 was an inside job. Now, watch what happens. Up pops Agent Smith to replace the person you were just having a conversation with to attack you because all truths threaten the Matrix. Most people have had the Agent Smith Matrix programming since birth. These programmed people become the guardians of the Matrix, protectors of the code, the police of mind control, and enforcers of the indoctrination, which holds together our false concept of reality like superglue. Now, I will say if I could find the close button here. Okay. I will close this share screen down. The Agent Smith effect. This has been around for quite some time, and then I'm already feeling being screwed with as I was reading that because I read it verbatim. Now, is there a matrix that everybody's tied in? No, that is a psyops. They're trying to get people into the whole transhumanistic garbage. What is psionic dampening. You have psionic resonators in orbit through the moon, down through sending the signal down through our Wi-Fi, down through our phones, and down through our devices that originally went through the biosphere, or the Unisphere, excuse me, 1964 World's Fair. You've heard us talk about that quite often. If you want to go through that information, go to the Arconian Binary Network episode of The Lifting that I revamped recently. So this is where when you hit a frequency tripwire with someone, you get into a certain energy, a frequency, and it automatically pisses them off. It automatically causes a rub. It's like what Morpheus said to Neo in the Matrix. The people that have become so inured with the system, they fight to protect it. Now they added in this makes them our enemy. That's not always a true statement, right there, because they want you to fight with the protectors of the code, giving them big reaction. Therefore, you cause a big fight. and this is what you see currently going on in the news and whatnot. This friend of yours automatically has this programming activated within them through this binary network and through this psionic dampening if they're extremely susceptible to it. Some know it's happening, some do not, and they'll automatically be programmed to fight with you. The object of the exercises when you run into this is to not engage and you switch to a different subject. I know that goes against the grain for what you're used to because you want to pound truth into these people's heads. I am telling you that is impossible, except if you that person's oversoul is meant to go through that catharsis, metamorphosis, or Nebelwerk, as the case may be. So, if you go back to our Nebelwerk episode, some things, and I want to actually go through. I typed this out, the definition, and it goes along with what you saw the Agent Smith material. Uh, frequency tripwire or tripwire. A concept by which one hits a particular frequency. Yes, I know there's typos, folks. You don't have to point them out. A concept by which one hits a particular frequency and or calm meditative state. This is also part of it. When you hit that calm state, you hit what's known as the junk layer. That's the psionic dampening going on. Also, you have people that interfere with stuff like this as well. Automatically happens without fail. I've seen it without fail. So you don't enter that state, but which takes them temporarily outside of the mental control of the psionic dampening field. This is usually retaliated against with a series of unfortunate events, timed ailments, in which there are smaller or larger medical incidences, or by distractive outer stimuli, i.e., TV, news, unruly neighbor, etc. I've experienced all of the above. The concept of the moment of non-time is the cure for this. You can get outside of that and poke your head above the dampening. This is where you get targeted individuals from. People think, oh, they're unique in that way, and also they think it's only happening to them. It is not, by which then they get hit more because they're poking their head above the ceiling. Everybody, every human on Earth is being hit by this. Whereas no, and I mean no reactions are given towards the NPCs responsible for the distractions. And now, what do I mean by NPC? This is a common term being thrown around the internet. Yes, it has a derogatory connotation to it, like the dumbing. NPC, non-playable character. This, and I posted somebody else's material on my Facebook about this as well. I'll sum up though. An NPC in a video game is a non-playable character that, like if like say in Skyrim, for instance, you go into a shop and the shopkeep is a non-playable character that you're doing the business with. That's the algorithm that you're trading and selling and buying stuff from. Now, the NPCs, like in the Matrix movies, then Smith invades them all and tries to attack Neo since he's hit the tripwire bucket system. That's essentially what that's symbolic for. These people are always constantly in like a pre-programmed mode. Some people believe that these are synthetic or holographic people as a result of this, and that's not always true. It's that programming is constantly ingrained in them so much that they become a non-playable character. They will just go through the routines of the day and they won't break free from it. Or the slave system. Now, am I saying the work system is all that? No. I want to make that clear. The psionic dampening is solely responsible for this. And it's also the fact that this also happens when you see somebody staring at their phone intently. They're not listening to whatever you're saying. They'll look down at their phone if you try to explain something, or they'll fall asleep, or they'll go into this mode. And the rarer thing that actually happens that people think is actually more common, but it's not, is the violent area. I even went into a post office wearing this very shirt one time that has the symbol you're seeing behind you. Had somebody react very temperamentally, one of the employees at the post office. Everybody else kind of went like this. This person went catatonic and went stupid. It happens very rarely, but it happens. These are the reactions of this when you're frequency rubbing this. One of the other common things is someone else will think you're like alien to them in some fashion. Like you're at the store, they'll look at you, go, something's different about this person. It's the frequency. But then it can flip and go, something's different about this person. They must be evil. And it's like almost like a witch trial type of reaction. It goes both ways. Now, before I know I'm taking up a bit of time here, but I do have three more things to say here. Uh, four more things to say. Now, there is another concept related to this concept called repetitive curses, uh, and controlled people acting with the same actions as a previous group or person or persons. I've run into this my entire life, and there was a client I spoke to yesterday from the time of this recording that uh, you have people around you like this person's in an apartment building. I will not mention the person's name. I'll just vaguely say this generalized scenario here, where with in a previous home this person was in or apartment complex had people gather around going, oh my god, this person is so mean, what is this person doing? And all this person was doing was just sitting there not doing anything. And these people gathered around, started gossiping, started doing all this other stuff, and she wasn't giving a reaction, but this is when it went over above and beyond with the targeting, where this lady now was clashing now with this person and is trying to get her kicked out of an apartment building. This happened previously. This is a regurgitative or recombinant curse, as I call them, or self-replicating curse. This is how you know AI is involved in this, where it just keeps going. Blah, blah, blah. And dimensional magic. You're dealing with curse magic and artificial intelligence rolled into one. And the way to break these chains is, for one, not giving them power by going, oh my god, this is happening again, oh my god, this is happening over and over again. People tend to self-farm this with from the original source that did it, just like the original aliens that taught people certain things. They self-farm both good and bad. So, and also in society you see this quite often for the politics, you see this quite often for any of the narratives that are out there. Then this person doesn't know how to escape this. This is how you escape it. You don't give it power on your end, and the circuitry collapses away. Yes, there's overage that will do it no matter what. It's like a circuit connecting. You're dealing with a computer. So, uh, another point I do want to make on this was I was reading a person, and I can say these things because they're generalizations. I don't generally, I'm an ordained minister. I don't give away people's session information. Some people have gotten kind of uppity that I've mentioned some things like this. I got this in the session, etc. But no, this is a concept I call places everybody places or placed on set. Kind of like the term mise en scene. It means placed on set or arranged on set, and it's an old stage term where you're on like the world's a stage type of concept. And what I mean by this is that in this one session, this person had to cancel and go to the very next day. She told me that on that next day, her family members were all standing around geared to be the timed distractions. They were all just standing around waiting, like they were like places, everybody places. And then when it didn't happen, they all kind of just drifted away. And the next day, the session went off without a hitch. And this happens quite a bit. There was even one recently where a friend was having her session, and there was a friend of hers around that was doing that very thing during the session. And this person was pumping out a bunch of energy. They did not realize they were doing this at all. Zero. I could see the look on the face was like this, like that. I was looking right at the person. Did not know that she was doing this at all. And some people would be completely ashamed of their actions if they knew what was actually going down, if they knew they were being controlled in this way. And now this is a more this has to do with some of this effect, but I do have to add this in. For one, it's the V2K technology that I've spoken about before that can initiate via AI watchdog programming. They call it the watchdog algorithm, where you're picking up a phone like this, like a normal phone or a tablet, and you are basically they could sit in a home. These are gang stalkers I'm talking about right now with the targeted individual concept. They're sitting in a home. They could be in a neighborhood. They're looking at a tablet or a phone with preset algorithms under each person where they can choose presets. Like in Photoshop, you can choose presets of how you want a photo to look, or any software like that. It's the same type of concept. Whereas then that particular frequency, you make them like shit their pants or piss themselves or what have you, from orgasm to being messed up, well, to headache to migraine. This falls into the Havana syndrome concept as well. Whereas this person then will hit these presets and get you to try to mind control you into anything using a variety of different frequencies. This again goes under the military concept where they had the microwave weapons, where the whole Havana syndrome concept came from. This falls under the Agent Smith effect. How? This is some of the sources of the Agent Smith effect and the NPC effect. Now, I will say one thing. I'm not going to go through the entire history. You can go to the History's Greatest Mysteries episode about Havana syndrome, but I will read one thing here, if I can see it. Let me see it here. It is, what is the Havana syndrome? Havana syndrome typically involves symptoms such as hearing certain sounds without any outside noise, nausea, vertigo, headaches, memory loss, and issues. As the name suggests, it traces its roots to Cuba in late 2016. This also, Havana syndrome is a disputed medical condition reported primarily by U.S. diplomatic, intelligence, and military officials stationed in overseas locations. So, and it's all around the planet. It is because of the psionic dampening. There was even a person that posted a movie or a film recently showing that there was these through the towers, through the 5G towers, through the United States, from Texas over up around here. There was like almost like a lightning storm going on, and this was around in May where it got really ugly with the microwave weaponry going on. And some of these soldiers can go street to street in a different frequency and aim these at people they think are going above the line, above the trip. They hit the tripwire, they go above the line, and they go, okay, we're going to dumb these people back down. They can't see all this, but they're stupid because some people are at least partially or mostly immune to this. And by the more you fight them, the more they see you. This is how retarded these people are. And I say that fervently. And this is also what's causing the ringing in the ears. If anybody's thinking this is mystical, it is not. It's the microwave weaponry through and through, just like sleep paralysis is not out of body experience. That's alien abduction. That's a different episode, but it's a comparison. Last thing. This one might piss people off, but this is something that needed to be said. This is also part of the programming. Word visual association, like you see memes, word or mimetic magic, word visual association. This is why memes have been so powerful lately as magic, because for humor, negativity, or positivity. Coupling personal identities with concepts. You might be going, what's this? Or coupling causes with crap like psyops. This is where I got to that meme was corrupted a minute ago. I will show you here in a minute, but I will start with this. Concepts such as, i.e., flat Earth coupling with real conspiracies. I will get to that in a minute. Christ consciousness and QAnon. I'll start with Christ consciousness. You have people talking about this all the time. There's the oversoul / higher self, but people have nicknamed it the Christ consciousness. And I won't go into the Jesus history. We did this on GIC. I will not regurgitate there. You can go there to see it. I go into detail. But with this, people are taking the concept like doing their inner work, shadow work, accessing higher self, overall consciousness, and saying, oh, I tapped into the Christ consciousness. No, you are now giving Enlil or that being permission to screw with you, or the church, you're giving them power. You cannot do this. This is part of that Agent Smith effect. This is part of that psionic dampening. The words count. And the words definitely count because you are coupling those together. QAnon, people did this same thing. Whereas, sorry, the glasses are reflecting that they did this, where people would go. Now, these people were well intentioned, but in both parties here, where they were actually intending to want to bring about a peaceful world, disclosure, all of this. So they coupled their name with QAnon, said, yes, I'm an Anon. Why are you coupling your name and personal identity with a concept you know nothing about? Well, I want peace in this world. Great. Don't couple it to a concept you don't know anything about, because that was the other flip side coin of the cabal, which I called it Q-ball. So, and that name stuck apparently out there on the internet. Last one of this bunch, and I will shut up. The memes that I know I have to hunt that one. This I want to show you a new regurgitation of that Mr. Smith effect. Uh, Sorry, I got something in my eye here. Mr. Smith effect meme here. Share. Come on. Okay. Now, I want you to see the wording change. What I read before, Mr. Smith, see how it says Mr. Smith effect also. Moving the matrix, Mr. Smith has the ability to enter any body at any time. Of course, this often occurs when the matrix is threatened by Neo. The scenario is a reflection of our real world. For example, you are down at the coffee shop having a conversation with a friend. Everything is fine until you mention something like the earth is flat. They have just coupled right here. I'll get out of share screen. They have just coupled the Agent Smith effect with a bullshit psyops thing like the flat Earth. They have done this numerous times. They did this with NASA, saying, "Oh, NASA's hiding anything. They're hiding the fact that the Earth is flat." We'll see what they just did. They coupled one thing with another thing. This is what happened with the 1111 concept, where you have a synchronicity. All of a sudden, here comes the 1111, that the AI Joker consciousness, or the social media consciousness that gets in your head, that projects things outward, gets in your head and projects these times that say 1111. Now, I'm not dumping on the frequencies of 111, 222, and 404. I'm not doing that. It's just these other synchronicities. I've even seen people go, "Oh, there's an 1111. What did that confirm?" Well, it's an 1111. What did it confirm? Sometimes they don't know. And I'm not dumping on anybody good that is actually talking about this, but it's one thing being coupled with another thing, and is this same identical concept, just like the solstice last year, that report that came out with the Schumann resonance that had all the weird symbols and everything that even you were talking about, that you dreamt about last year. Same concept, same thing. And I wanted to bring all of that up because there's a dream I had today that applies to this concept. That also, dang it, something is talk about timed ailment here, folks. Something was messing with my eye. I got hit with a bit of that Havana syndrome myself. It's over the past few weeks. I felt like crap because I was like this. My eye started to droop because I hit a frequency tripwire of some kind. And even while I'm talking, I can feel my mind being wiped here as I'm speaking, because I'm connecting the dots. See, the dream was where I was sitting in a car with Aubrey. We were doing Conspiracy Sector, and I was looking at a pad. This pad was had notes for the show and the recording capability for the show. Person comes up to me and talks about was yelling a question to me, saying, "What about people revolting against the government, revolting against these concepts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera." And all of a sudden Isaac pops up through me and starts talking about this, saying, "No, you have to get into key positions. No, this is impossible because of the level of technology." And I'm saying I disagree with one point, because I believe human co-creation would fix this. But with the fact that also this topic came up, I got hit with this exact thing, and it is disorienting. The whole side of my face is burning even as I'm talking right now, and scalp and everything. It sucks. And my pieces, luckily I had enough pieces around that were buffering this, or else it probably would have been worse. Sigils, all of it, and it does work. And oh yes, I'm being told that you talk. So I wanted to go through this laundry list right here. He will come up and channel at the end, but I will leave it here to you, Joanna, at this point, because I wanted to go through this list to start with here.
So again, we've talked about a lot of this in bits and pieces. I guess there was the thought to kind of truly bring it all together and put it out there for people to think about. I have to say a couple things. Again, there are synchronicities and there are synchronicities that are good. What we're alluding to
False
again,
ones, radio music can come along with titles that give you a message, but also positive and negative, both sides too. Yeah.
well, because what happens in general is that well, when uh, good concepts, how are good concepts turned? And basically, this has happened a lot throughout history. So that to allow for the changing of a thought of what a concept means that works for somebody else, and or your confusion, which again aids somebody else. So again, when we say we're bringing something up, and I guess it can sound like we're trashing on something, we're not trying to trash on anything. What we're trying to say is there needs to be awareness of when something is true, synchronistic, meant to be lifting to listen to, and then the discernment of, is there potentially something trying to lead you astray? People will get better and better at that discernment, especially if you understand that you need to discern this and not just accept it carte blanche. So that's the one thing. The other thing, again, when we first started talking, and this probably will bring the SSP concepts up in a lot of people's minds. We've been very careful about what we say about that because we know that this exists. One of the best self-farming of the SSP is this topic.
Yes.
And the triggering of people to who may have multiple people may have been. I've always said if you were in the top 10% of your high school class, you were looked at seriously. And so because they would have a reason to use you. And so, these concepts are real, but when you're brought back, how can they insert, insta farm basically, and then things that were triggered within you, and even again fighting amongst people that had this some same shared horrible experience, but yet somehow they're triggered to fight. I think one of the key things that I want to bring about, Chris mentioned it, but the importance when we talk to the Sasquatch, when we talk to different people, I cannot stress enough the importance of finding a neutral, calm space. It is the key. If you can get yourself and have a place that you can move yourself into a calm, peaceful place, then you're not allowing the other to work on you. And so I think that's very important that if you haven't been able to develop that space, that you need to take the time to really develop it. I think also the understanding that we've said before that you're not to proselytize your thoughts. In general, this information is making its way out amongst, but you are going to run across people that information is not meant to be a part of their life journey. And so you need to not engage. You need to recognize that there's a lot of things in this world to talk about. Why are you now being driven to talk about this when it will cause problems? So choose something else to speak about because you're underestimating your frequency is also just having an effect on that person. And so you maintaining a relationship with somebody and finding other things to speak about, your energies are potentially also in a positive way affecting somebody. And people underestimate their energies. They underestimate, again, not the strength of not participating in something, the strength of understanding that no matter what somebody says of you, that it doesn't mean it's a reflection of you. I think that's the one thing as well that I would like to see. Yes, can there be kind of a, you need to see something so somebody's going to mirror somebody back? Sure, that needs to happen every now and then. But what mostly is happening is that you're actually seeing and the other person needs to accept responsibility that that is them. And so that they are able to be triggered, or they are lashing out in anger, or they are, and the fact that they cannot control themselves, you know, is kind of something that they need to deal with. It is not necessarily a reflection of you. There are some people walking around, they just have to be present in a room to have people start to truly be their authentic self. Their frequency will drive somebody. And again, the other person can't really hide themselves, let's say, anymore. Their frequency is going to. And so, other people have learned the skill to try and blame another person, or say that they're the cause, or say that they've done something, or say, and it's not true at all. It just literally is, you're seeing exactly someone present themselves how they are. And so you don't have to justify anything.
But sometimes it is control will make somebody like Manchurian candidate, make them do something that's out of character as well.
True. But my point is absolutely true. But my point is that is them. And so whether they can control their triggers, if that is what's happening. Again, I'm not saying there isn't a well-placed mirror moment, because sometimes, again, to shake us out of something, there is a well-placed, mirror moment that can occur and should occur. But I'm saying, as we've said on most all subjects, it's not black or white. And so you have to understand this innervation of this other that will take almost any subject matter and try to convert it, change its original direction, wordsmith it to death, things like that, to confuse decent people, and this is actually, a lot of what's going on. We try to take the time to the best of our abilities to explain it, especially the unseen world, the energetics of it all, the things that that aren't in your face, but are affecting you on a day-to-day basis, so that you become aware. Because again, awareness is half the battle. That you understand, that these things are going on, so that you can better control the world around you once you learn the skills. But it's not always about direct engagement as a mechanism for changing things. Not deciding not to play with it is actually more of an effective method. So just kind of keep that in mind with some of these things. Again, we're not talking high class skills. We're talking have the skill to be able to say, what you think of me is none of my business, and I don't represent what you're accusing me of. I'm just going to choose to stay away and not play. I know who I am. I know this isn't a reflection of me. And, wish you your highest good and go along your way. And again, that kind of takes the air out of the balloon that's trying to be blown up, to be popped, basically. And so it's skills that, yes, you can learn, and you need to become aware of these things. So this is partly why this discussion's being had today.
And also, yeah, correct, very correct. People fall for this gaslighting all the time, and also self-harming. The targeted individual community do this a lot, and I'm not dumping on any of you. Trust me, this is the furthest thing from this. You declaring yourself, saying I am an then targeted individual, or I possibly targeted, you are now self-harming the very concept by which is befalling upon you. This is hard for people to hear. Yes, it was an attack. Yes, it started out as that, but then they were hoping that since they didn't want to expend resources on you, they were hoping you would continue the self-flagellating from that point. Also, very best example of the other thing I said before with this is Gene Roddenberry came up with this on Earth Final Conflict. 1 point for the cognitive dissonance. I wrote cognitive dissonance down here as well. But that is a part of this. Absolutely 110%. You have there was this woman in the show. Sorry, my eye got nailed while I was sitting here. This woman, the guy's mother, who's in her 80s, gets de-aged through the whole thing. They showed de-aging tech in there where they rearrange the molecules back to an earlier state. Now, the aliens in it put a form of programming in this person when they rearrange the molecules. She goes through this interview with this reporter. When the reporter hits a particular question, questioning what this woman was saying, she said, "Oh, aliens helped her son out, or the Talons helped her son out, all this other stuff." When the reporter questioned, said, "Really? Did this actually happen?" The person went like this. Beautiful example of this. And when her son confronted her with it, she went violent. She actually, it was the same as the Agent Smith effect. It was identical, where the person went completely catatonic. Beautiful example of this. Now, the last part of this before I would go into any other points is also aliens walking around like little grays, little gray robots. I found out they can actually sit in the back of a vehicle somewhere and actually point or do something. Demonic entities do this too, like satyrs and all of them will point at something, causing a violent reaction or try to get you to respond violently or to respond at all or give a reaction to something. This is another area where I even had some memories come back to me from when I was in Arizona, where in several occasions I saw a gray in the back of the vehicle staring at me to try to activate some kind of programming, and it just did not work. Spirit was helping me, Soul Family was helping me, same as when I got hit in the accident. Military was trying to do something. My grandfather actually stepped in to help out. So Spirit was helping out in that way, so they couldn't retrieve me for another program post 20 and back. Done. So that that's wow. I was
So
hitting the
let me
triple.
just add a couple
Yeah, I
things.
was getting hit myself. So
So let me just add a few more things. So one of the areas that again that I feel, so we have stated over and over again that we're not free and clear of all of this, meaning that the what's written, what you have access to, may be in a sense either the information's given in a skewed way, or there's a lot of times where what you have is omission of information. And so, just because somebody defined and gave symptoms for the Havana syndrome, and they said these are the symptoms, I can pretty much guarantee you that there were symptoms that were not written down,
of
that
course.
were, it can do more to you than just that. It can probably mess with thoughts in your head and the thoughts that are running through your head
Like
as well.
PGK narratives a little bit. Yeah.
So that's not defined in that current signs and symptoms. So I think that this was a lot of omission intentionally
Almost
left
certainly.
out. So I want to point that out just in case you're having more of that. And then the second thing I want to say is that in general, you have to understand, like we've said before, so it's kind of a recap. There is something that is happening, and no one is being exempt to everyone on earth. So in a sense, everyone is being targeted right now. And so it is happening to everyone. There may have been an extra special spice put into people that participated in SSP. There may be an extra special spice that is dumped onto people that stick their head above a line. These things actually can happen, but no one is currently being excluded from certain energies and beamings that are coming down. It is happening to everyone. So if you're targeted, I'm saying everyone is targeted. Again, you can refer to
You're
it
just
now.
noticing it.
Well, you may have moments where you feel there's something a little extra special going on, a little spice here or there, as I say. But and that really could be true. But don't think that just, if other people are not, let's just say, on a recognized spiritual journey, that it's not happening to them. It is happening to everyone. This effect is to, diminish everyone. Okay. So it's going on absolutely everywhere. So there's no necessarily, I'm sorry, there's not a special group.
No.
But you could be feeling it. We again, as Chris was alluding to, we don't want people, you don't wear the mantle of being targeted. This is going on everywhere.
Just like
you can certainly recognize that there is psionic dampening going on, because that's a fact that is actually going on. but don't wear the mantle.
It's just like, the voices that they talk about with the Havana syndrome. That's actually V2K. That's also telepathic psionic manipulation with V2K operators. Aliens, like with the Dulce Base incident, the people afterwards went insane. So because of they said they were hearing voices and all this other stuff. So yeah, even now while I'm sitting here, I'm getting it right here, like an ocular migraine's hitting the side of my head, even while we're talking about this. So just know in the programs, yes, you may have gotten a special spice put in because of what happened. Pretty much everybody on this planet is getting hit with the psionic dampening. Every human and animal is getting hit with this this uh, this material. Now, with during the Havana syndrome timeframe, you could clearly see there was a guy going around with a pickup with a mini 5G tower in the back of the truck. That's what the original weaponry looked like. Now they're in handheld gun, but also you have the towers that are doing this. People always also said as well, oh, when they activate 5G, it's going to be turning into mind control. Wrong. It was already in place in 64 because of the binary network and Werner von Braun switching it on. So, and this is also, I also say this, people before 64 weren't heavy set completely. They were all out enjoying themselves and everything. Past 64, you start seeing some of these things popping up. And that is a very, very pertinent marker in history. I'm not going to go completely into the whole history of Werner von Braun and everything. You can look at our past stuff, but I'm just saying that this is tied into all of this. This is the psionic war going on. This is the alien groups, the different factions of military going at it, and different military factions. They will actually see, oh, this person's at a particular numbered frequency. We got to dumb this person down. And this has to do with the numbers, folks. This goes straight down to what their measurements are. They have a preset set of measurements where they feel people are supposed to be to not see certain things. If people get beyond that and fight beyond that, they will try to dampen them with microwave weaponry to the point where they actually harm you very, very badly. And also with the targeted individual crowd, in case you didn't know, it's actually the Nazis that came up with some of the concepts of actually self-denigration and farming of this. They put this in their storytelling. They also put this in visual word associations, mimetic magic. Again, the ribbon you see for cancer survivors, the pink ribbon. This is identical concept. They're coupling a disease with a healing color like pink. They want to say healing cancer. What are they doing? They're getting people to say, "Oh, I'm a cancer survivor on this." I'm not dumping on you. Just say full respect there. I'm just saying it's the same as with a targeted individual. You are actually reaffirming a color to a disease, therefore amplifying the existence there of disease because they've proven that psionic, like prayer, all this, telekinetics, all this can actually diminish cancer tumors. Now this technology goes the other way. Whereas I had a friend that had cancer, helped out with the psionic capability that I do. The machines came in, the tripwire was hit, and put the tumor straight back. This also goes with entities or curses. Why does this keep getting regurgitated? Here's your reason. So this is where I'm at with this, but this is where I personally have run into this. Even while I've been sitting here, you probably noticed that I was rubbing my eye and everything. I was feeling it right here the entire time. There was an ocular migraine starting the whole bit. And I've seen people on live radio run into this. And it's also another reason I don't do live because I'm getting all the thought forms of others. And also the what I just described. So this, I don't know if you have anywhere else to go with this.
No, let's just bring
Okay, let's see.
someone.
And I will say I'm actually downplaying this quite a bit. It is actually quite painful. And so I've just learned to sidestep while I'm trying to focus on something. So yes, yes, yes. Okay. I keep looking this way, and it's the forest people statues that are over here. Isaac's thing is sitting right in front of me. He's always reminding me, I'm in front of you. Okay. So I swap things out in the room. You notice those crystals behind are swapped out. It's also important to move stuff around, folks, to clean the energies out. So, uh, hmm, yes, look at me. Look at me. Oh, for crying out loud. He's using the line from that the movie going, "I'm your captain now." He's looking at me. Okay, yeah, you're just do it. Uh, yes, to the crystal, benevolent Isaac only. Yes. Hmm? Okay. Benevolent Isaac only. Thank you. I'm getting a heavy chest. Give me a second. They're trying to interfere with them. Um, wow, right on cue. Perfect episode, I suppose, for it. So do it quickly. Yes. Yes. This is why we, Lane and Vesta and others, and the Force people have been around in such force lately. What he neglected to say was last night he was feeling these symptoms, and we told him repetitively to keep his phone a great distance away, even though he's using it right now as a secondary recorder. They're using, especially his phone, because they have put that special spice, let's just say, in his phone, not yours. Uh, Notice the difference here. He feels a difference between one phone and the next because it is amplified. Yes, he has it on around his shungite thingies, but they have found ways of straining through this. It's like, say, if you have Play Doh and you're putting it through one of those compression things that children use and turning it into a particular shape. Yes, with your sigils, you are doing this very thing with frequency and making it take a particular shape. What do you think they are doing? They're using sound and light tones to make a particular shape on grounding it to a particular object. This is essentially a form of cursing. And this, yes, I can hear his brain being rattled around a bit with this, with the same frequencies. Yes, his phone is doing it, but this is why certain people that stick their head above water often get shit on by the seagulls, you see, or they get grabbed by the sharks underneath the current. This is where the targeted individual concept was born. You are not isolated. You are also not, do not declare yourself the target, or you co-create this down upon you, as he was saying. They hear you when you speak certain words, just like the old concept of the CIA van on the corner hearing you speak certain words. It used to be that way. With the Havana syndrome, it was exactly like that, where they fired the weapons via even some things you have in your own home. The sensors that were on the wall that the owner of this house put up for his security system. That's what was actually doing this to you and was attracting the paranormal activity. That's why they showed it on that episode of History's Greatest Mysteries of the same tech, because they were arcing it through the security tech. It's easier to use something that exists there to do this rather than to create something else. They even had a van or a truck going on with the antenna on it, a black van or a pickup with the antenna on it. They refined it later on to sit in a van and just hit a few buttons. Then they just decided, hey, we're going to rent a house and do it. He saw this show called Here and Back Again, where these government agents were talking with a realtor as to rent a space or warehouse. I'll talk with my colleagues when in fact they just wanted to have a meeting away in a spot and squat in a place for a few hours. This is essentially what was happening in your Granville and what your Prescott Canyon estates as well. This is what was happening there. Now, the reason I'm talking so fast is because this has revved up the volume for those that have spoken certain words in a particular order, or those, as he knows back in 21, where he was remembering the SSP in its entirety from A to B to C. Now, if you realign the letters and remember in a certain order, then rearrange them, the tripwire does not get hit. If you also, let's say, if your orgone pieces and whatnot go under a particular line, this is why I instructed him not to make a humongous device. In this way, you hit a tripwire. Like the lady he always tells the story of that makes the 5 bucket busters and her house gets burned down by the military, surpassed all tripwires. But then they destroy the pieces. The slow drip method works here. This also goes with information, what you have been doing. As he does with the pieces and the stickers, puts them around, changing the frequency. This is helping a great deal, hence why you attracted DoD. Now, I will shut up in favor of questions, but this is what has been going on.
So I think, obviously we can scare a lot of people with what's going on, and that's not the goal. The goal is information. But I want to talk about positive watershed moments, because there are moments that occur. There are moments that occur that are so undeniable that, it leaves people aghast. There was hope that there would not be this mass notice. There was hope that there wouldn't be. But these watershed moments, for a positive reason, do occur. Do you
Because
not
people
agree?
are, yes, because people are not allowed to circle the toilet forever. You see, as much as some of these people would disagree with that concept, using this weaponry, and even they put a bit of propaganda out there that say it would take an act of God to bring out all of all this material to the general public. I even tried to relay something similar in a dream sequence. It was actually all me. He was seeing the channeling and the person asking the question. You see, I was the guy in the audience. I was also the guy answering the question. I was basically showing this to him and Aubrey in this totality. Whereas, would a normal revolution work? No, it would work to create a little bit of change and get rid of certain stooges. Absolutely, 100% like in the past. But would you get rid of the Martian Germans? Would you get rid of the Series Germans and some of the Galactic Federation? No, but you can co-create as a whole to make sure this amplifies through the Nexus network. Very much like in your Doctor Who, whereas the Master created psionic dampeners as well to anchor time when he anchored those spheres from the distant future, harm the Doctor. Martha went around and told everybody to focus on the Doctor, healed him using the same technology. You can flip that around and actually make change with it, or psionic amplification, where some beings like the Draco and then will actually have this, and other ETs use them. I've used it. This is why we've told him to make these communication arcs. It's a form of this. It's a rudimentary form. No insult to him, but it is a form of this. This is what second. This is what is currently going on. The reason that the tripwire was hit this time is because they can also sometimes have a slight precognizance. Well, they know a subject is going to be broached versus a subject that is broached. Positive side of this, though, this is not like Minority Report where people are. It's not unlike a Minority Report where people were arrested for crimes they hadn't committed, therefore now they won't commit it. It's kind of along those lines where they're actually seeing slightly ahead. The Vatican has its chronovisor. The projects have their portals and their other tech, and some of them have the psychics, like you see in Minority Report. As horrible as that movie was. Sorry, Philip K. Dick. It sucked. I'm just saying the movie production. The point I'm trying to make is when you run into these situations, or as the Force people call it, the analem or the calm, if you give it no reaction, like say your visit, like some visitations you've had with from aliens to DoD to anybody, and this goes for anybody that declares themselves targeted. This and this actually falls under this category. Utilize the calm, even though you can be pissed about these things. You should be, or you're not seeing this correctly. The calm state is the key to defeating the micro macro connection, or the as above so below connection of the dominating or the psionic dampening. We laugh when he says dominating, but at the same time, it is actually denoting one group is lesser than another, which is not necessarily advised. What's the word? Psionic dampening is the true thing. This is how, when Morpheus described to Neo, you will never be as they will never be as fast or as strong as you or as smart as you. He was referring also not only to the AI, but to the Draco, them being reptilian based, you being mammalian based. I'm not saying one's inferior to the other, just saying that's why they control you with meat puppetry. This is why the Greys control you with meat puppetry. These are the only couple race types that I know of that actually are slightly retarded in that area in the truest sense of the word. I'm not trying to bring down harassment on you guys. I'm just stating a fact. Positive aspect of this, when you remain in the calm state, the meditative state, and not allow things to flow through you and you, but allow the storm to pass. It doesn't mean you can't be mad about something. It doesn't mean that you can't hate or dislike what is being done to you. Quite the opposite. But giving it the reaction that you would give it, like this, then they would then show you as the enemy. They would show you as the louder you are, the more profoundly you are wrong type of situation. They would always use it against you. But if you're not giving them the reaction, it is actually the proper reaction. Yes, you can give a reaction at the proper time if your life is threatened. But if it is one of these, give it the reaction that's needed by remaining in that calm state, kind of like how a Japanese warrior would have been in the calm state, or Shaolin monk in the calm state. These things can only happen for so long. I'm not saying don't fight back, but don't go into an unbalanced catatonic state.
Well, again, and again, you are fighting back in that sense. What people don't understand is that you have a long history of what doesn't work, which is participating in the fight. That and sometimes people are egged on to fight, as we're saying, because it will not allow them to move past it. It won't. They'll just be stuck in that toilet scenario, or the true understanding that this is actually how you end up winning, is that you have to learn the skills to be able to not fall for what's going on. And you know do I get mad? I don't think you guys even begin to understand, you know what I mean, some of the emotions in my feelings towards things, but it won't help. And so the problem is, what will help is learning the skills to be able to not participate in something so it has no hold on you anymore, so that you may move past it. And then you now gained, let's say, power. Now you've gained a force. Now you've gained these things. But again, and I agree, obviously, if your life is being threatened, that's a whole nother ball game. We're not saying that, because people will misinterpret this as, well, you're just saying be passive and be a doormat. We're actually the opposite of that. But what we're saying is
Never be a
that
doormat.
no, what we're saying is this is how you move past this. You give it no energy. Usually in my mind, I'm like, no, hell no, because I said no. And, it's just as simple as that, as to why in my mind I'm like, well, that's your issue. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not jumping into that and moving past it. And you think of it as being passive. It's not. It takes a lot of energy and strength to be able to move past some of these techniques. But that's the area, again, where humans are slowly learning it, first by understanding it exists, and then second with the concept. Again, we always try to share with everybody how to move past it. So you need to have a place in yourself that you can revert to that is calm. Mm-hmm. You must find that place, and then you must not participate in things, and you must actually be okay with the acceptance of, I don't actually care what you think of me. I actually don't care. Now, obviously, if it's something, that again is going to cause you harm, you're going to have to defend it. But you got to step out of your own way, because it's the fact that you get your feelings hurt that is one of the number one triggers of making you do what they gaslight you to do. So again, you have to grow a little bit tougher skin as well, mm-hmm. and not let that trigger happen to move on. So do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, there is a prime example in your Star Trek Next Generation programming where these pirates wanted to reassemble a psionic resonance device that the Vulcans ended up inventing in ancient times. It was like an ancient stone piece of tech. It was a handheld device that even had little devil horns on the front of it, and it looked very similar to what some of these military uses, the weapons for firing microwaves. It was a psionic resonator. This Romulan lady, disguised as a Vulcan, gets a hold of this, reassembles it, and wants to use it as a powerful weapon, like in Vulcan ancient times. Of what got them away from that weapon working on them, as they went into the calm state. You even see the card telling everybody, clear your thoughts, ground, show no reaction. and the weapon was useless against them. And she even fires at him, and he stands there, and it didn't work. The That was the reason it was rendered obsolete, is because the Vulcans enter the calm. Now, did they enter a logical arrogance? Yes, but that's a different story. There are species that have done that, that think they're God's gift, where they said, we're more logical than you. No, no, you're not. You're retarded. I'm just saying that there's a fine line between that calm and also saying you're better than somebody as well. Now, there are now this does not mean that once you enter that state that you are superior to somebody, that you've somehow your genetics have become superior, like the Nazis or like the aliens I described, which the Vulcans were based off. But the point of the conversation was that resonator did not function on people when they just grounded and entered that Hallam state, like the forest people would state.
So thank you. So I appreciate that. I find it interesting. I normally don't like to, get involved with the political state and things that are going in, and I'm not trying, but it does feel like, again, these next few years, and there's so much effort now being put in, that's being turned up. It seems to me that, I don't know. It's a weird time that we're entering now, almost like a make or break kind of moment. And I only mean that by make or break whatever a plan is that's going on right now. So is that anywhere true, or is that just made up?
It's not made up, and I will say it also means not entering the calm state or a logical like state does not mean that you're giving up your heart space. The Nazis would try to give you up your heart space. Now, can you repeat what you just said?
Well, basically, the time frame that we're in with everything turned up, it seems to be that, there's something specific about the all the different potentialities of what could happen in this particular time frame that we're entering now. And so I didn't know if you could comment on any of that.
Yeah, the way this has been revved up, it's very similar to the movie They Live, where you see Roddy Piper destroying that antenna that brings about a true revolution against the aliens. It's not quite that simple. It is in some lower levels, and I'm not promising that certain things won't happen in that area. I'm not trying to scare people. It's just certain things need to happen. You talked about watershed. He's been picking up on variations and variants of timelines that all kind of read the same way, either lesser or greater. Your 9/11 was one of these. Whereas, like what was planned out in your Independence Day, where Jeff Goldblum's computer said 9/11/01, they were trying to plan a fake alien invasion. They were trying to put it on top of a already existing energy temporal apex. So it was your 9/11 that was chosen versus the original plan. This is why building up the street fell, because it was going to be a blue beam holographic alien invasion. It didn't happen because none of us wanted that shit. There are factions that do get involved in times like this. Now, if it's something that's needed to better the planet, would people like myself try to put an end to it? No. If it's something that is absolutely needed, and I'm not saying fake alien invasion or anything, that's been kiboshed. That won't happen. It's ridiculous and retarded. It will not happen. No matter who says what, it's a lie. Just to say, or that person is being lied to. That's spouting it. Now, the watershed events that he has been seeing, or some variation of, is change. Change by, he even said, instead of a violent war, as a flipping of the cuffs war. Yes, that's correct to a certain extent. But even as I'm speaking now, there is resistance building in places such as Canada. There's some places building, and I won't go completely into it, but they are still attempting, the bad guys are still attempting to bring about the New World Order, hence why your borders would be melting. You are supposed to resist oppression. You are supposed to spot when you are being psychologically fucked with. You are supposed to spot these things. They're trying to test the system to see if the psionic dampening is still working, just like they did with COVID. They wanted to see how obedient people would become. Or like in your fourth Matrix movie, when Neil Patrick Harris said, oh, but the sheeple fell for this. You can't, as much as he says that some of these people are at fault, yes, some are, but Those were the people that were already enjoying a particular state of deviancy. The others that you see staring at their phones constantly, he does it too. Well, whereas the sonic dampenings hit them, it is a dampened state by which then they were able to pull off one of the biggest false flags, if not the biggest false flag in the United States history and global history. That's the only way they were able to completely pull it off. But guess what? People have noticed this as a result. It was planted on top of a watershed moment in the temporal apex or nexus. They put that relatively within either the cross quarters or on a particular point in time. Think of when the whole hammer dropped. It was around the spring equinox of 2020. Think of when it started to rev up, going through the solstice, going through the end of the year, through Halloween, and then it opened up a little bit after that. And then they tried to amplify and scare around Christmas, which is about the winter solstice, and then they went on from there. But they plan these at these times to either scare or some good thing needs to happen around those times. Now I know I'm beating about the bush a little bit. So yeah. Now with that said, yes, somebody pointed out, oh, you mean the burning bush? Like Jesus? Yes. Now they're joking on me now. Okay, because I tend to interrupt them, so they're doing it to me. So with the volume being turned up, yes, are you seeing things come to a head that did need to be put to, didn't need to come to head? One could argue, though, that some things needed to come to a head so that people could see it, despite the dampening that's going on. And could you turn that off today? Yes, you could. I'm in full agreement with him that, yes, this should be turned off. This control needs to be turned off. Would some people go through a withdrawal? Yes. Would some people rapidly decode and encode very quickly? Absolutely. Does this mean they'll live through it? No. There is no certainty. It is random. Vessa pointed this out as well. It's like the man who saw the insectoid, the security guard that saw the insectoid walk up to him. One of the programs was testing to see if somebody could handle it. And some were sadistic and went, wait a minute. And then others went, oh, like, wait a minute, let's see what happens. Others were genuinely concerned, like myself. I did not want this to take place, but it happened. The guy died and had a stroke and a heart attack all at once, right on the spot. This is what would happen if you would shut some of these devices off. People would immediately go to a state like if you stand in a doorway and press your arms on the side of the doorway for 30 seconds to a minute and walk forward, your arms will automatically go up and it'll be a hard time to get them to balance again. That's a muscle memory thing. You shut these devices off, it's the same thing as if somebody was crammed in a doorway and steps forward. It automatically goes up. Yeah, but sometimes that's a big input of information. This is not a mass awakening type of thing I'm promoting or an ascension thing. But some people can handle it because they were either already in that state or they weren't susceptible completely to begin with. Others would have a drastic effect, very much like your vaccines and the COVID virus. Some were susceptible, some were not. It will have the same identical effect because it's the same identical technology.
I think that, unfortunately as well, that some people have put it into their mind that they would be on the side that they would easily go through it
That's not a certainty.
And they would die. And I think, kind of reminds me, the one instance in the Marvel movie, snapping your finger and half the populations are gone.
Yes.
It wasn't about being smart or right or just or anything. You know what I mean?
It was random. That was a message that was being put out there. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think, again, you don't know that you would be the one that actually was able to, move past it. So, think clearly about what you're asking for, because it may not be
careful what you wish for. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think, there's a lot of misunderstanding about this and how your body and your genome have adapted to it and what it would really do to you. So I think, people need to honestly, think about that a lot. And again, no, go ahead.
Many people will accuse me of spouting propaganda in this area. Oh, we can withstand it. Yeah. Could you withstand walking into a nuclear reactor butt naked, or could you withstand a boulder dropping on you like Wile E. Coyote? No. Or could you withstand being hit by a vehicle? No. It's like, oh, I have big muscles. I can get hit by a car at full speed. No, this is exactly what you're asking.
Right. So kind of, again, understand what's really going on out there. So I think we've covered a lot, certainly given a lot for people to think about. Again, I just believe that part of our what we're trying to do, our mission, you would say, is to provide the information as we know it, because nothing will be done. You will not understand what to do until you understand what actually is out there and exists. And you have to know these things. It's why we, again, try so hard not to be, but so judgmental of individuals, because we know the difficulties and the things that they may have faced in their life that have led them to be where they are at this moment. You have to learn your discernment skills. You have to understand what's going on. If you think you're beyond it, you're wrong. If you think your genome is beyond it, you're wrong.
It doesn't mean that you're not protected, but it does not necessarily mean that you won't hurt.
Right. And so you have to, again, I think, don't get too big for your britches, but put your big boy and big girl panties on and learn about this so that you can learn to overcome it again, so that you have the opportunity to create the world that you want to experience versus someone else's creation horror show that you're involved in. So that's kind of all I have to say. What, any last words, Isaac?
Yeah, the last would preclude the fact that I would shut up. No, I'm just saying, joking aside, this is a very difficult concept for people to codify in their brains, that they want it and they want it now. I completely agree with you. Under regular circumstances, these are not regular circumstances, like what I was saying, showing him in the dream sequence. And also the computer distractive things, is I was showing him where a browser wouldn't shut, on the pad, so that him and Aubrey could continue talking in that scenario. Meaning that was a tripwire. His computer issues not only are his own energy, amplifying it back, but there are tripwires that he's hitting. But his computer, your computer equipment can also become a reflection of what you're putting out, not realizing as well. Like, he brings up the concept of the FBI agent called Mr. Unlucky that would affect computers around him because of his not luminescent, but bioelectrical field, like what they talked about the Matrix, where the machines would feed off it, kind of thing. This, on the other hand, it would blow out computers. You may think you have adapted. I will say this. You may think you have adapted both body talk and tech talk. Think of this, and I wasn't saying TikTok, I was saying tech talk. What I'm meaning is, yes, you were telling your body to resist, say, the Havana syndrome, or you're telling your body to resist poisons. Great. In the meditative state, all of it. Wonderful. You've hit that. If you hit a certain frequency, yes. Can you fight this? It doesn't mean that you're completely immune. Body talk, great. Why are you reacting this way? Because the poisons are still being ingested and it's fighting and screaming. The computers being bombarded on two ends, the person's energy and the microwaves. Yes, is one torsion field stronger than the other? Yeah, it could be a continual arm wrestle. But like the body, what is being stuck in the middle? The computer and the body. What is being compressed? The energies of both. What are being affected? Overheating. Even now, it is actually making a noise. What is also overheating in the body from compression? Blood pressure. What needs to be detoxified? The toxins. People have tried to blame the current stuff, like your LGBTQ community and all this other stuff, on the detoxification. That is completely 100% incorrect. They're trying to blame that as something that needs to be detoxified. That's like saying pray the gay out of you. I want to say that because I myself, I'm actually both. So I will say that that's 100% wrong. It is just being weaponized, and some people are being transformed to that, like the body switching and whatnot, and also abusing the past life lineage and whatnot on one end. on both ends. It does not mean that there isn't a validity to that. I wanted to make that clear because some people are saying online that it just needs a detox. Some of the trans stuff is that way. Some of the psionic dampening and some of the psionic intrusions from aliens are making you think you're one thing and then another. Yes, the same thing goes with the body switching, but also past lives dimension. Yes, only one portion of it needs to be detoxified. If it is not yourself, purge it. If it is you, that's your I am presence. I wanted to declare that because there was a confusion, both online and with some even the metaphysical community on this subject. So, if there is nothing else, okay, I thank you all. Thank you. But he was saying is some of that was psionic manipulation. Some of it you need to know exactly who you are in your I am presence, so that you don't fall into a dysmorphia. Some is MK Ultra, some is Manchurian Candidate, some is past life, uh, some is dimensions, and some is body switching. That's what he was trying to say. But there's good and genuine there as well. Is what he was trying to say. So just some is being turned into NPC concept, Mr. Smith, all of it. So I won't go completely into that, but that's part of this conversation. That's why he added it in a brief extent, because you hit that tripwire, you have all seen what happens. So I think we're good. Thank you for watching this episode. I now close this circle within true benevolence with no conflicting agendas as of this moment in time. Thank you, everybody. Bye bye now. Okay, this is the second time this week that Isaac has appeared in a dream itself, and this, me and Aubrey were sitting in a vehicle traveling somewhere doing a conspiracy sector. And I was on a tablet, a big one, almost a screen-sized one. And we were recording something. And this, we were doing video and audio. And this person comes running up to us and asks us a question, like in the street where the car was parked. And big city, like the original one. I won't air the original one unless I bleep the names on it. But anyway, the proper names on it. Anyway, you'll see just doop, 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 or no sound where the person's name was. For those recordings, I have to actually say it to ground the information. But this person asks, well, then how do we take over the the government? In times like this with this kind of tech. Isaac came through as a channel and said, "You don't. You have to infiltrate the different positions. You have to slowly change it over to what you want." This goes with the Martian Germans, etc., etc. Which is being done by the Venusians, by the way. Oh, no, they're kind of too slow, but that's my opinion. As me and Moses said once, it was 50 to 60 years for any notable change. That was the Torah that said that. But the guy goes, "Oh, okay, thank you." And then I came out a channel, and Aubrey wanted to continue the episode, and I couldn't get the recorder to work. Like there was this one bit of software that kept popping up, or a pop-up that wouldn't move. I couldn't close it. I couldn't get back to the desktop. I couldn't get back to any of it. And I'm like, "I'm sorry, I can't get out of this." I'm like, "How do you restart this?" And I couldn't find the button to restart. It was like a glass pad. It's like somebody shoved a box in the way. Basically what that was a tripwire that was being hit. And what he was trying to say is this episode of The Lifting about the Mr. Smith or Agent Smith effect hits a tripwire. And also, he has used in my head since I woke up. Aubrey tried to record a little bit more, and we were trying to desperately to get that thing off the screen. And he woke up, and all I've been hearing, and he said in the dream too, this term "one Atom Charlie." Now, 1 Atom 5 is what Beavis and Butthead would always say when they were screwing around, acting like they were like cops or talking on a walkie-talkie or something. So I figured it was that. But 1 Atom Charlie refers to like Charles J. Hall again, tall whites. Now I'll add this to the tall white notes as well. but also his brother Charles must have gotten that name, that proper name, from Charles J. Hall. But where Charles was originally broadcasting on Bjorn's session and on GIC wasn't Camelot. It was a military base right where he was broadcasting from. I looked it up on Google Earth. That should have been a clue there, Sherlock. So that basically is it. But the pad would be like V2K Tech. So needless to say, I deleted those episodes of the older GIC. So this, yeah, we're getting more refined in this information, folks. This trail only seemed to follow the original GIC. It didn't really follow the lifting too much, and also the new GIC. None of this garbage is getting infiltrated into that because we're keeping the circle tight. Like Odin once told us, tighter circle, deeper roots. This means you tighten the circle, and then you fortify your friendships and alliances with those that are of like frequency, essentially, and keeping the circle tight. Just like there was this line in Designated Survivor where Kiefer Sutherland's right-hand man kept trying to get him to exclude his wife from the circle, saying she's not authorized. Keep your circle tight. He kept trying to get her out of the mix so there wasn't a security breach. I didn't agree with that move, but that's kind of the concept right there. I would have had her in and just and read her into the whole top secret thing. But that's me. I didn't care for the series, but that was a line from it. Anyway, or a scene from it. Anyway, but this one Adam Charlie concerned me because he keeps saying it at the time of this recording, and I don't think there are any Lincolniers around. I don't think Charles himself is around. No. What Adam Charlie seems to be a code, like how the police basically say, was it 10-4, meaning okay, acknowledged. It's kind of along those lines, like the cops use. Like the, it's more like one Adam Charlie, like a boat, like a bogey of some kind, probably UFO or something like that. Tech in the house. Tech. Okay. Tech near. Okay. It had an orb above the house. Okay, got it. I don't think that's completely it, mind you, but simple for the moment. There we go. All right. Yeah, because there's been ringing in the ears all day, all this other stuff, all for like weeks. Or add that into this conversation, of course. I do want to say there was a bit of oppression last night too, and I was trying to record stuff about Valhalla and stuff like that. Well, it was about Assassin's Creed Valhalla, whatnot. Some things I was pointing out, and Isaac and Elena Vest were really uppity about doing that. Like, please don't at the moment. And he was kind of pissed. So obviously there was something going on, and it built up to that dream sequence. So yeah. It is 9:12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, 9:11 would have referred to, or 911 would have referred to what was going on. It is 9:12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, June 29th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, also it was hinted, you may notice this eye drooping a little this way. I've got this burn on the side of my face for several days now. I was told it was a microwave weapon, Havana syndrome type of thing. But I've been feeling really vertigo, dizzy, all of this crap. Same as Havana syndrome symptoms. Now I'm clear, but it's been pretty hellish. So I've been like, History's Areas Mysteries describe it pretty well, but they also said, you hear a bunch of voices and stuff when that radioactivity gets too high and all this other stuff, like with microwaves and everything. That's also V2K. So, yeah, you do hear voices because there are voices. But I've been hearing all that. I've been hearing a lot of chatter the past few days. So, a lot. So, they weren't wrong there, but the voices are voices. So, that's V2K. Also, some voices trying to get me to go to the hospital, you're having a stroke, all that other stuff, that's V2K. I just wanted to point that out. The pad I was using was like a V2K pad that I was seeing in that. It's 9:26 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, June 29th, 2024. Thank you.
Also, the course over the past couple weeks, this fold in the eye kept folding in. We thought it was just a wrinkle or something, but this was like the start of getting hit with this microwave weapon, also AKA Havana syndrome. Uh, I should have noticed the symptoms right off the bat, but yeah, you'll notice this eye is doing this crap. It was worse, so it was like here. But yeah, it's almost back to normal. The elasticide's back into place, so I can feel it inside more than you see it outside now. But yeah, it was pretty bad. I was doing the last couple sessions audibly, one of them visually, but yeah, it's gotten pretty ugly. We've said this in the Psionic War a lot, but this can be added to that material as well. So it is 9:40 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, June 29th, 2024. Thank you. I want to say in the dream sequence, I ended up agreeing with Isaac here. I don't really agree with a mass torsion field can take down whole planets and moons. If you get 8 billion people focused on the same thing. So I don't completely agree it has to take as long as he's saying. Or the Torah said. It doesn't. As long as people go to the end and bring it here, you can make it happen a little faster. I mean, there's watershed events, things of that nature that are temporal apexes, things that must happen at certain times, but yeah, that are more fate and destiny kind of thing, but the things in between can be shifted. So that's where I'm at. So it is 9:42 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, June 29th, 2024. Thank you. I also thought I hadn't used too much. I hadn't used enough of my hibiscus or used too much of the roundhouse kick, possibly ODing on something. No, don't. They're trying to make you think something. It's Havana syndrome, microwave weapons usually. So there was even a story of a woman who went to the doctor, wondered what was wrong, and all her organs had been microwaved. She had like 2 weeks left to live, and she ended up dying. Granted, that could have been a propaganda story about it as well, where they sacrifice somebody as a sacrificial lamb to scare the shit out of everybody. Like an example, like an army would use executing somebody and say, anybody else? That could have been that too. It's like that story where the man was taken up in the UFO where he had cancer and everything, and somebody gave him a UFO ride. That could have been propaganda too, to make sure, so people thought that it was that easy, when it's not. It could have been somebody nice that did it, but that story was from back in the 90s. Can't trust a whole lot of the tales from them. That other thing, the other negative one is along those lines too. 90s. It is 9:51 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, June 29th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, you may have heard Isaac say about the sensors for a camera. We had an incident in this house where paranormal activity was attracted to the guy's security system, where the interface kept saying a sensor in the living room was being screwed with. Some of it was paranormal, some of it was the whole Havana incident, where they even show on History's Greatest Mysteries that particular type of sensor type. And I've taken pictures here of it, and I'll show you, but also cover them in black cloth or red cloth. That is like the whole concept with the crystal ball, or the seeing stone that Gandalf covers with the crystal, or that covers them with red cloth. You don't know who could be watching. That's the same concept, because it's using earth elements too. Crystal balls, it's the same way. And I've said this before, but it bears repeating. So it's the same concept. It doesn't mean that like with the blue roof thing with the AI with the fires in Hawaii, doesn't mean that the AI is being blocked by a particular color. It just means that it was excluding the color in that state. It's not the same thing. That was slightly retarded, but at the same time, some of it was a psyops. But as far as spiritual concepts go, red and black. And you see these hanging up for deflecting entities and such. It works for that. But for covering the sensors, you cover camera eyes if you're in a rental house where you have all that. And you can't remove it. But if you buy a house and you see it, remove it. Remove doorbell cams too, because you get paranormal activity from this, genuinely. But then they can also use the V2K and use everything they did through the Havana incident, from the syndrome, to cause the syndrome. Excuse me. They can use all of it from that to cause the syndrome, most certainly. So to be due diligent and block these things. And don't think because you're in a rental house that you can't do anything. You live there. And I'm not dumping on landlords that are good, but you have, if they won't do anything, we unplugged the system, we let the battery drain. He had put a password in place, we couldn't get past it, and it locked us out, so we just let the battery die. And we've had peace from that ever since. So the other thing was an extenuating circumstance that I got hit with this, and it's already starting to reverse itself after we got done with the show. You can tell it's actually, I'm starting to liven up again. Isaac's energy and frequency also helped. So I'm going to end this here, and it's 3 2s as I'm doing this, of course. They try to throw that in there. As I said, the 3 was fine, but that's also being abused as well. This also can be used as a validation too, but as Elena and Vess would say, they use 420, like high. They base it on a song by Dorothy called "You're Pretty When You're High, Boy," meaning calm, high energy, meaning balanced. Not it's really faster moving energy and slower moving energy, not higher or lower, but they sometimes will use the confirmations. So it is 11:57 a.m. It's 11:58 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, June 29th, 2024. Thank you. 2 other things I actually did forget to add to this, given what was going on. When we were in Nightdale, Joanna and I were discussing show options. And what ended up happening was I was writing something down. It was about the whole fake ascension narrative at the time. Like, you have the 5G narrative, you have the fake ascension one, and we were picking up on this at the time, and then we slipped and forgot all about this. Well, she kept coming back in the room thinking that I was like, whatever, was losing my mind on something. And when I wasn't, I was just sitting there. And she's like, "Oh my God, you're doing this." I was like, "Stop." "Oh yeah, I'm the distraction. Yeah, I'm the distraction." I'm like, "I'm writing something down. Will you stop?" And then, "Please, I'm begging you, stop." Then the whole thought left my head for years. And then it came back later on. Another one is Skinwalker Ranch. The guy in the first season that had the scalp detached, that's from the dew weapon. That was psionic damping on both sides of the fence. And some of the narrative involved in the other, and also the ascension narrative. So these things actually belong in this episode. So it is 1:32 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, June 29th, 2024. Thank you. What also belongs in this episode is the fact that attachments were being drawn to this spot over and over again. Just like I had scar tissue here from the accident on this side. For a long time, the orgone field would affect scar tissue. It would make it feel creepy, like in my knee in here, because of the rapid energy movement. It was trying to heal it and correct it or balance it. It's like water that surrounded my knee, where I had to stick an ice pick in it to balance it out. I emptied it into a couple red solo cups, because my intuition was telling me I had to empty the water out of my knee. No doctor was going to do it without money, even though it would have taken them 10 seconds of their time. And that's why medical needs to be free. But at any rate, attachments kept showing up on the side of my head. I'm like, what in the hell's going on? And like the guy on Skinwalker Ranch, I do have a dent in my head when Joanna and I were attacked in Granville by dew weaponry and some really bad mind control that happened there. I won't go into explicit detail, gross detail, but things did happen to where, there was arguments, fights, borderline, really ugly arguing, we'll just say. And this big dent almost caused a mini stroke right here in my head. It's mostly healed, but I still feel the dent, like the guy on Skinwalker Ranch where his scalp detached. And these things will attract because of the frequency. Also the beam going, attachments will hit that frequency beam like moths to a flame, or like we have a dino trap outside where all the night bugs, moths, mosquitoes, and flies go into the trap. That's how that works, because of the UV bulb in it. So it's kind of the same difference, or flies to poop. It's the same thing. They'll follow it in, and they know it'll follow it in. That's why I always tell people, don't expand your aura out. Keep it close to you. People, on one psyops that's out there, people will say that expanding your aura is somehow expanding your frequency. No, you're degrounding yourself. You have to ground, and therefore you enhance yourself. But people want to float and ascend, and that's part of the false ascension narrative. So it's about grounding in your I am presence here on the earth, changing your perceptions and perspectives, taking the better parts of your avatar and the better parts of your oversoul, the uninfected parts of it, grounding here in your I am presence in the here and now, in the current moment. That's it right there, the moment of non-time. So, with that said, I'm not saying passion and creativity get you out of it every time. I'm just saying it helps. But, yeah, they were attracted per the frequency of that weapon. Not that they were thrown, even though entities can do that. They were taking advantage of the situation. There'll be ones that are opportunists that will do that. And they'll kick you in the nuts when you're down. So, yeah. And because of the frequency attached, they were attaching this part of my head. And you're probably wondering, Chris, you have devices around, how are they getting in? Good question. They now with a severely powerful beam, do they get through? Yeah. It doesn't mean it happens to everybody. Sometimes, again, some of us have a little more spice than the rest of us, as Joanna loves. I love that. So, it doesn't mean it's going to happen to you. So, I wish I could keep it out 100% of the time, but the one person that made the 5 bucket busters in her house, and she said the military should have burned her house down. Looked like she had a second house. And the only words the military said, "Sir, we found him," and was using our tower buster formula. And the only thing that can destroy them is fire. Basically throwing them napalm, volcano, something, and burning them in a house. They used napalm, I believe, to set that off, and just burned her house down in the process. Or they just burned the house down and let it burn off like a wick. Same difference. But at any rate, the result was the same, I should say. So that's what Isaac was referring to with that. That's the only thing that'll 100% block out V2K. But in the process, they're too powerful and you get overwhelmed. It's like being in a vortex. Or the guy on Ancient Aliens they were talking about lived under a rock. And the Native Americans warned him, like, no, that's a temple space not to live. Like, Sedona was never meant to be lived in. It was a temple space. That's why it's overwhelming there sometimes. Emotions amplify, everything amplifies. This guy lived under there, set up his house. He was drafted for Vietnam. And a detective and a cop came to arrest him if he didn't obey the draft. And he set off a bomb around himself, killing the 2 cops. And the rib of one blew out and killed the other one. He went insane because there was too much of that piezoelectricity around him. That's why I was warning people about what's your square footage of your house. And people go, what? Why do you need to know that? That's personal. No, I need to know that so I know how many tower busters to sell you. 1 is usually sufficient anymore. So, depending on square footage, 800 square feet and down is usually 1 or 2. 1,000 and up is usually 4. So, yeah. And maybe just a pyramid on the property somewhere. That's it. So, I believe that here. It is. And also, if anybody says that their device fights 5G, I'd be very strict about this. It's like, you gotta prove it in some fashion, or I gotta feel it in some fashion. Scientifically or mystically, it has to be proven in some way. You can't just have glitterite and a bunch of stones in something and say it fights 5G. You can say it freshens the energy or something. That's it. You can't go the other direction, or else you're a snake oil salesman at that point. No glitterite. I would accept no glitterite at our events if we had one. I would suggest to anybody running an event, you use only the devices that work and are known to work. Like ours and a few other people's. I'm not going to be egocentric and say it's just ours, but you get the idea. It is 1:39 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, June 29th, 2024. Thank you. Part of the ocular migraine that I had was also an entity that was trying to fuse with me, an aquatic Draco. They're a different variety altogether. They're black, luminescent, not luminescent, but it's that, not omnipresent, but what's the word I'm looking for? That, it's kind of like that weird, scaly, not just opaque, but where the color shifts a little bit. And some are whites. I call them trans Draco. They don't look like a specific gender. And we've been struggling to find a weakness for them. I mean, the sigil is. It weakens them horribly, but ocean jasper, red jasper, which Isaac was telling me never get rid of the skull I made with red jasper. Oh, it worked incredibly well. He was trying to hint earlier that there was a weakness. Ocean jasper, red jasper, bloodstone, which is also a form of jasper. I see a theme coming. Serpentine, which I don't think is a form of jasper, but like serpentine, lizard. So, been finding weaknesses for them so far. You have to need to do our homework on that one, but yeah, that I find very interesting. It was painful because along with the V2K and the what was going on, it leaves you open because the energy conduit leaves you open for other things to follow. Since I couldn't get in any other way, they tried to go right into me and infuse via the frequency. Frequency here. You bring, in this case, a little bit of mine over here, or a little bit of theirs to me, and just a little bit of open. It could have been when I was out, and then Trojan horsed in, or they tried to struggle to get in while I was sleeping or something via dreams. That's why the dream time revocation is so damn important. Basically, your name, hereby revoke any and all agreements made in dream time, daydream time, fantasy time, and imagination time with any malicious being or beings? The answer should be yes. Mirrored across time and space where appropriate. It is forever so in all moments, all sessions, and expressions. There we go. I will leave that here. So that would be what Isaac didn't want me to get rid of this skull. I was going to sell it. He's like, nope, hang on to that one. I still got a bit of an ocular migraine, but it'll pass. It is 6:14 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, June 29th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, the aquatic Draco that we found, I've been seeing this in synchronicity with the word gobsmacked that comes around, gobsmacked. And it means basically aghast or like, was gobsmacked, meaning shocked, Saw these, his parents thought it was imagination, but he was seeing these little orbs fly around with teeth, and he called them gobsmacks. And gobsmacked. And so he just knew to call it that. He's wonderful in that area. Parents don't believe it, they think it's imagination. But with this, he had 100% correct. The aquatic Draco was throwing these little orbs around with teeth. And they were spies. Like pulling out like the Drock in Babylon 5 where they put one in Londo. I've mentioned that scene before where it showed the Draco agenda and everything, taking over government and all this other stuff. Go watch it. Maybe even ask about it in channel sometime, but pulled something off an attachment and put it on somebody, put it in him and put it in other people they want to be in spies, like an attachment. That's what's kind of going on with me. Went in through the head a little bit, followed the trail and feet. So, yeah. He was dead on the mark. And Joanna made a point saying kids lose that over time because sometimes they're supposed to. Some keep it, some don't. And the ones that are smart don't talk about it until they're older. Which I didn't get that memo apparently. So I had people around me that believed in it already. My father didn't, my mother did. Yeah, it was a validation. Even an email came in from a friend of mine from Sage. The email came in with the word gobsmacked. 1. Synchronicity. You can't, you don't make it up. It just happens. It's a synchronicity. So it was pointing out, like Isaac with the red jasper. So I'm going to leave that here. It is 6:43 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, June 29th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, before the thing was found on me, I was seeing myself walking around, I'm having my father around me, which sometimes for the goo ball AI thing that's hit me before. And I call it the goo ball because sometimes that's associated with shedding the vaccines. And I didn't do any of that. But I saw in Stu Peters where they were showing these little goo ball things, and those are controlling implants. And I've had that in the past, but the partial fragmentary consciousness, like you see in Farscape with Scorpius consciousness in Crichton and the fragmentary Crichton consciousness in Scorpius, from that implant, it's pretty much the same thing. But something from your lineage, or maybe even an enemy or something. But I was seeing this thing hanging out of my ear in that scenario, that narrative, and my father going, "Please go to the hospital! Please, oh my God!" And he would do that, by the way. But that's why I didn't tell him I had COVID that time, or he would have been begging me going to the hospital, and he'd be focusing all that psionic energy on me. Didn't need that shit. So I pulled it out, pulled a big goo ball eyeball thing out, chopped it up, flushed it down the toilet. It was gone. And he's like, "Please tell me you're going to go to the hospital, please." Nothing's wrong. I'm fine. And then I ended that scenario, smacked him a little bit, and then said, "Everything's fine. And then I put my name, executive producer, director, and then faded to black at that point. And we were just also saying for what we were saying about the places everybody places. Somebody was telling me that their stepfather acted that way when this person was going through hell, going through the Nebelwerk, actually. Mentioned that person in the Nebelwerk episode. And this person kept poking him. He's like, please, I need you to back off. And he had to clobber this person at one point, or butt him a little bit, something. He's like, please stop. This person would throw out shungite pieces and everything. Oh, they shouldn't be out in the open. We can't have this here. Was acting really horrible. And like when somebody tells you to back off, if you're one of these people, and somebody is saying, please, I can't have this right now. I am asking that you back off. Do it. Don't get an ego response and huff and puff. Is that a threat? Go sit down and go watch TV. Walk away. You're an idiot if you keep going and this person clobbers you. I always warn people when they do stupid shit, they're going to get clobbered. And it could be from somebody good like my friend, or it could be from a crazy source. Like if you do keep doing having stupid rules, some guy's going to come in with a fucking AK and nail you. And they say, oh, is that a threat? Are you threatening me? No, stupid. If you keep doing stupid shit, you're going to incur this. This energy is going to come out of the depths of somewhere and kick your ass. Kind of like the Daredevil or Punisher concepts, where Daredevil is balancing out, like a concept that's balancing out the system, or Batman bouncing out of the system, and it escalates, it makes a better criminal, which makes more of a superhero. It does that sometimes, or it goes Punisher, where he just kills the bad guys. And it's a natural set of energies that happen. If something isn't supposed to be, circling the toilet, it automatically, the laws of nature, conjure up something else to fix it. Or if the psionic dampening is hitting hard enough, it is going to do its polar opposite and conjure up some really destructive forest fire type energies, not like League of Shadows type of thing where they go around, if the city is so corrupt, that kind of crap. No. Well, that, yes, and break that up a little bit, but at the same time, you're going to get some crazy come out of the woodwork, or there's going to be a good person that would do something they normally wouldn't do. But either way, if you're an idiot, you're going to get clobbered. So, if you're going to be doing all that mice and scene placed on set, crapola, places everybody places, just know that you might incur the opposite upon you. Meaning the violent upon you in some fashion. Like I said, the program to act that way, you might incur it from somebody who's basically saying, no, I'm having a bad day, stay away. Just like somebody that was on a plane during the whole masking shit. The stewardess kept telling this person who was afraid to fly and everything, sir, I am telling you, you have to put a mask. I can't do that. No, it's not. It's the law. Boom! And this person punched them. And then the person went to jail. If the person is telling you, please back off, I don't want to hurt anybody. Do it. Don't be retarded. Don't go full retard. I was that way when I was in the post office when I ran into these ladies that didn't know what paper and resin were, and that's how the dumbing hit. And I said, why are you retarded? Seriously. And that was a long story, doesn't need to be part of this episode. I suppose, I went in, tried to ship something. And they're like, well, what's, and they said, what's resin? I said, well, oh, you mean what is it made out of? And I told them, no, what is resin? Yeah, but what is, and I said, well, it's a simple term. If you don't know what it is, look it up. And they're just looking, well, no, we can't allow you to ship this if you can't tell us. I'm sorry. You should already know a simple English word. Resin. Your desk is made out of it. And they're just looking at me. But what is paper? And I thought they meant what are the forms, that I had some paper forms in there. Oh no, what is paper? And I'm not joking. And I said, okay, I'm just going to go somewhere else. Obviously, people are having a retard moment. You've gone full retard. I'm going to go home. Leaving. This person literally rushes out the one door, jumps in front of me. And, sir, you need to go back in there? No, I'm trying to leave. Please. I don't want to cause a fight. I'm trying to leave. Obviously, you guys are having an off day. I'm going to go. I try to go out the door. This person follows me. And I said, what are you doing? I said, I'm trying to leave. I'm going to call the police. I'm trying to leave. There was even an old lady inside the post office that went, call the police. He's violent. They wasn't doing anything. I'm trying to leave. And wouldn't give me any context for what they wanted. I had to walk up the street. This person was, I'm going to get a cop here. You are shoplifting. And I said, I'm not stealing anything. What are you talking about? That box you're holding. We put a label on it already. I said, here, I'll rip it off. You can have it back. I'll go somewhere else. I'll go to UPS or something. If you're going to treat me this way. And went to go rip it off. And I said, I'll just rip it off. I'll go away. It's like a 20-cent label. We have it in the computer. Go delete it. Went to leave. She runs ahead of me again. Same kind of person. I said, what are you doing to me? Go away. No, I will get a police officer in here. I said, I hope so, because I want you to go to jail for treating me this way. What is wrong with you? You're treating me this way for no reason. You should go to jail. And I go to walk again. She steps in front of me, trying to goat me into clobbering her. I almost did. And she goes, you get back in there and take that box back in there. I said, it's my property. Go away. And I went to load the boxes back in the car, and Joanna saw how this person was acting. Dude, she was crazy. And she tries to go for the box. I said, go away. Are you trying to assault me? No. You want it. You're trying to gaslight me. Get out of here. You want to be beat. I said, what is wrong with you? Go back and do your job. And she goes, you have stolen our property. I said, what's in this box is mine. It's what's on it. It's our sticker that's on it. And I had to march back in there and pay for the fucking shipping on that one box and leave. Because they weren't going to let it go. They were going to we didn't want cops over or anything. That's how retarded these people get. And like the Fraggle, I told in another recording, I told you about one we called the Fraggle, where I went in, and I'll look for those other recordings and put it in a separate thing, but where I was wearing this shirt, sum it up, had Tower Busters in a box, shipping out to somebody who bought them. Put the box up there, and I had stickers all over. And this person, they like to try to cover the stickers, the sigils, these. And I said, I left space for you on the top of the box. Do not cover my stickers. Do not cover my branding. Do not cover any of it. I left you a space, that regulation space. Sir, I have to do it. No. And I flipped the thing back over. I said, I left you a space. Put it there and stop covering these sigils. Stop covering it. And then she took the one tag, let it sit there. And I already paid for the box. I said, I'm not leaving until I see you put that on that box. I'm not moving. I want to make sure that you are actually an intelligent thinking person and following what your boss said. Because the boss came over and said, do what the guy wants. He's cool. Come on. Oh, that's not how I was trained. I called her the Fraggle because she had outlandish hair and rainbow fingernails and shit. She didn't have it anymore. She wasn't there for a long time. I said, are you going to stick that to the box or do I have to? I'm not going to take this anymore. And runs off and throws a temper tantrum. Yeah, that's the kind of shit that I'm talking about with the dumbing and with this programming. The same thing that was being said. These are just brief sum-ups of these things. I have more in detailed stuff. But that's basically the basic stuff. So I'll leave that here. I'll look for those and they will be in their own recordings. When I locate them, they're in a mess of a needle in a haystack. I'll sort them. You're going to see some afterthought videos that appear on the Rumble and the YouTube at some point, and also on GIC as well, on galacticinterstellarcouncil.com. I'll make sure to include some of these. And for Conspiracy Sector on their Rumble, and on the YouTube, etc., and on Facebook. They'll be all over the place when I get them sorted. There's like hundreds of them. I'll get them sorted. These types of videos. So, with details. Some people find it boring, but I told people I'd do the blow-by-blow, and that's what I'm doing. So it's 7:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, June 29th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, also, as far as this is concerned, it destabilized something with that tooth, and I feel like there's an infection of some sort, maybe something that feels like it's poking me in the eye with like the prickly and everything. Now, do bad things do things from spirit, kind of like a brick walling, where you're being pushed in one way or another if you're not noticing something or not doing something? Well, bad things, unfortunately, part of that overall system push you towards something. Yeah, absolutely, even though it was a microwave weapon that did it. Absolutely so. But it's gotten to the point where I do have to get something looked at. So, yeah. Just like when I got the COVID nanovirus, it destabilized something else that I had to actually then take a second look at it. Granted, it didn't have to make it worse, but I also wasn't noticing something. Like I knew somebody that was driving home and had a beer open in the car, wasn't doing anything. And all of a sudden this cop mysteriously appeared behind this person. I'm not talking about a friend of mine, just somebody I knew in a read. I'm not talking about the particular other person. So, anyway. All of a sudden, this mysterious cop shows up behind him, and this person gets a DUI. I'm like, why? Why couldn't the spirit of his guide the person home? Because it was a behavioral change that needed to take place. So, brick walling. This somebody's spirit doesn't know when to quit with the brick walling and allowed this shit. So, I mean, I'll look for supplements, but, yeah, it's damn obnoxious because it feels like there's a needle going in my eye over and over again. I looked for attachments. Attachments seem to be attracted to it, meaning if it's a bodily dysfunction in some way, sometimes attachments will be attracted to things like that if you're not fixing them, like flies to poop. So yeah, I'll end this here for now, but that's just more of a update. It is, I'll update more and more, I know. So it is 9:27 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. It is because, I wasn't doing anything about the tooth because, the conference coming up and everything, from the time of this recording. I wasn't doing anything. I was just resigned to eating on the right side of my face, wanting something done. Something done was obviously the other thing. You have to specify something done. Truly benevolent, also for the highest good, can also mean a row of glass shards, not rose petals. Yeah. New Age metaphysical people have that wrong. And they wonder why certain things keep happening. The oversoul is basically demanding it. Also, there's overage too. I'm not going to deny that. But, you know what I'm saying. And I was told that having the cell phone on all the time near me would make this worse, which shows me that it's bodily. And that also the radiation from the phone wasn't helping. It matters. It's like, when I had that thing with my leg where it was the SSP memory manifesting as a energetic gunshot wound of the leg, when I had my phone near it, it made it 100 times worse. So that's what was being referenced. It is 9:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Also, I kept, like the thing coming out of my ear, I kept having these visions like there was a blue dot or light in the center of my eye. Like in an imagination scenario, like somebody was sending me a text saying somebody's seeing a video where somebody does a compilation and somebody was seeing like a blue light in the center of my eye saying, "What's this in your eye?" And even Joanna said that during the video. I did do all the paranormal activity. And she goes, "There's something with your eye." And that would be this one. And even in the inverted image, she said, "Is there something with your eye?" And then she's seen little flashes of light in my eyes sometimes, kind of like with the whole Blade Runner thing with the replicants, and sometimes it's an AI thing that gets in there, if it's like a fluidic implant or something. I've checked, I haven't found anything, but this is the side that they originally put that goo ball thing on the side with that, like on Stu Peters, that fleshy like thing that was walking around. Yeah, that. So, and the nanites and the drinks and stuff like that. Can a nanite flash in the eye like that? Absolutely. If it's a nano infection of some kind. So, even with an infected tooth or something, that can happen too. With nano infection, like having COVID, like when I drank the the energy drink, the Zoa energy drink, and Chrome had to pull a nano infection out of my face. Same difference. I may ask for his assistance with this. In fact, I will. Let's see if something takes place here. I know what it's being compared to. In Smallville, where there was somebody that, some people that were being brought back to life by kryptonite, and it was temporary. And this same procedure was being done on somebody's brother, the older brother. But this one guy had a bomb strapped to him made of kryptonite, but the kryptonite was canceling out the other thing that was bringing people back to life. I should have said that kryptonite was the bad thing, like with Superman. It was the sun that was helping the other, and I think it was some of Superman's blood that helped out. But this boy was too close to the other guy, and the other guy didn't come back. He goes, "You did something wrong. Something happened. Oh my God. You were lying to me the whole time." It's like, no, you're near him with the kryptonite. Get away from him. It's not going to work with that bomb close by. Because they said it was more bang for your buck that you used kryptonite to make bigger explosives. That's the demolition company in it. But that's the comparison I'm being given, meaning phone away. So it is, yes, it's like the kryptonite to the actual healing process, even this close. So it is 9:32 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, I read I'm looking for, oral probiotics for that. And there was somebody's review that was very telling. It was the worst one on the list, but I look at those, and this tells me to get the product for one reason. And I'll actually just read part of this. This is actually very telling as to what was happening. And it's the same thing happening with me. When I started taking probiotics, this happened. And it's because it gets rid of those nanos that are in your system. This isn't a fault of the product. This is a fault of the person not knowing what is around. So, really wanted to love this, and I can say it did make my nose finally feel clear. But the second day I used it, I started getting this weird movement, kind of feeling in my right ear. They put quotes on that. I thought maybe I had water in my ear from a shower, so I kind of just brushed it off, and I kept taking this and still had this weird feeling in my ear. Recently I had been forgetting to use these for about the last week and noticed my ear wasn't bothering me anymore. Well, lo and behold, I popped one of these in my mouth yesterday morning, and this uncomfortably weird feeling is back, and it's still happening as I write this review. It's not the product, folks. It's the fact that you had a nano infection and it was fighting it. Probiotics fight nano infections. I'll keep going. Like those goo ball like ones that I talked about before, that they found in people's bodies after they drank Diet Pepsi and such. So I don't even know how to describe it. It's like a pressure and crawling feeling that I can both feel and hear, and it's driving me insane. Sometimes when it really gets going, I feel the pressure of it move in my face, my eyes start to water, and my throat tenses up. And it's extremely odd, and I'm not risking it taking any more. I would advise this person, keep doing it. You're fighting the nano infection. That's what it is. It's nanites. If you're drinking sodas, that's what you're getting it from, to the person that wrote that review. And I screenshotted it, and I'll put it in there. All the rest are favorable. And it's nature-wise oral health probiotics for children and adults, advanced protection, teeth, gums, and better breath, upper respiratory immune support for a healthy nose, ear, and throat. Yeah. To the person that wrote that review, you have bigger problems than the probiotic making it feel creepy. Just saying. If you took the vaccine, there's your problem. COVID too, but mainly the vax. If you're drinking Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi, well, there's your problem. You're using energy drinks, there's your problem. That's what caused the creepy feeling, because the other thing was fighting it. Just saying. Here's your sign, pretty much. There's your sign. This is my sign as to what's going on. But there's your sign, like Bill Engvall would say. So, it is. I'll be getting this then. 9:45. It is 9:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 3rd. Excuse me. Wait a minute. I knew this was a synchronicity. I was told, look up this on Amazon or on the internet, and it brought me right to this product. And there, lo and behold, was that review. Synchronicity. Synchronicity. See, when things look completely random like that, you're running across things like that for a reason. I've seen random things on Facebook that have actually been more telling because people are having some of these bad experiences than anything else. Then I know exactly what it is. Sometimes you can base the synchronicity off of what the person had bad happen. Just like with my products, like with the orgone pieces. I had a conversation with our massage therapist and energy worker. She said one of her clients said, "Oh, the device is hurting because it's doing something in my arm." No, it was affecting an attachment that was squirming, or some of that nanotech that was around you was doing its job. And she said, "Well, my clients, we can't have them misinterpreting this. It's not our problem. They might not come to me. It is your responsibility at that point. If you are carrying these products of ours, it's your responsibility to say, no, it is not the product. You have an attachment of some kind, either nano, black goo, or some kind of parasitical attachment or demonic attachment. That is the reason it is happening. Just like with my face, my products, and the probiotics that I take were affecting that. And I've had nano infections before, and they're fucking obnoxious. And I get why this person was saying that with the ear, nose, and throat. Same thing. So it is 9:48 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Yeah, this is why I was told keep the phone away from me, because it was making that worse. It's dead on the mark. The phone radiation will make it worse, just like the 5G activated the COVID virus and nanovirus. So it's the same identical thing. And this is 5G oriented. So yeah. When I saw that, it's like, when that review was like, yeah, bite the hand that feeds you, like the Nine Inch Nails song said, I get so incensed when I see shit like that, because it's like I know what's doing it, so it's like, I know not everybody does, I get it, it's not really, I suppose it is a judgment, but it isn't, it's just more of an observation. It's like, come on, where you've gotten to a level where you recognize when that's happening. Like with the pieces, some people were, like the psychic fairs, were uncomfortable. And I even told her, I told her, I was like, this can help you see attachments on people. You'll know where to look first. And understood completely. And it's interesting, how these synchronicities align. I bought that thing, and I know Chuck Norris's, Roundhouse Provisions helped, because this was starting because I was using that. And I felt kind of creepy that I knew to roll with it. My intuition was telling me roll with it. And this is also a calling out to negative forces, like, hey, he's killing me. I probably had that since 21. I know Karum removed some stuff from me, but I was using energy drinks right up until recent. And then seeing that thing on Stu Peters grossed me the fuck out, and it snapped me out of it. Just like with the Diet Coke, like during COVID, when I went, it tastes like it belongs in a toilet, which it does. And seeing that Diet Pepsi being put on the microscope, and seeing the nanites replicate, if that don't gross you out, you're retarded. So that's reminiscent of Night Gallery, where the guy got the earwick eggs in his brain. That's basically the same thing, and it's controlling your behavior. And it's also making it so that you don't try to kill it. I was disinterested in thinking of help. I completely changed. I'm now on trying to get on the health shtick, at least to a certain extent. I've been stubborn over the years. Now I get why. Fight that. Go the opposite direction of what your brain wants to do. Go with intuition. That's soul. Like what I've said in previous recordings, instinct and soul. Instinct is more biological, paranoia, wanting to withdraw. Intuition is soul. Go with soul. Go with intuition. Heart, space, and mind together, that's critical thinking, intuition, and logic together. Go with that. It'll win every time. It is. No, intuition and logic is critical thinking. Go with critical thinking every single time. Research stuff all you have to, but intuition is crown king of discernment every time. So it is. It's Oversoul and Avatar working together. It is 10:03 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. The blue pinprick, I've been seeing these blue flashes all over the place recently. And just like that, the blue flashes, nanotech, sometimes orbs, again, are the little spaceships like the Dimension with a Dimension, like the TARDIS. I've talked about that before, the light tubular ones. But I've been seeing these blue flashes, and I'm in that weird scenario. I saw a blue flash in my eye. That's all the proof I needed. That's seeing it mirrored back at you like that. That's all the proof you need. It'll snap you out of any programming issues you may have. So if you see it mirrored like that, and also the gross out with the little fleshy thing walking on the plate and everything, yeah. So that completely changed my perspective. I had it before, but I was being stubborn. So it is 10:04 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. I do want to point out that it is not the muscle undulating thing. It was causing involuntary actions, like my arm was being pulled back like a lever in the center of my arm. That's part of that. And it was hitting the nerve and pulling my hand back. Like, also V2K can do that, where they control the different parts of the body. But at this moment, I've had the other thing since I hit puberty, because there was some enzymes in my brain from being premature that didn't quite get developed right. I'm working on that too, to try to figure that one out. But the muscle undulation is a lack of nutrients, but then the body wasn't absorbing them correctly. That's SSP garbage that caused a lot of that shit. So I'll leave that here. It is 10:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Also, as I've been talking, that spot in the middle of my arm right there has been hurting. That's where the arm pulls back, like a lever pulling back, and it's always in the middle of the arm where I feel that. That's creepy to me. That again, left side, heart, this side. This tells me that. And I've looked for attachments, haven't found it. My mother found some nano garbage, AI garbage, but it was, and demonic, aquatic reptilian and Draco and all that stuff, but it was being attracted to for that. This is that alone should creep somebody out to do something about it. From this, more likely also came from shedding from other people. Hence why I don't like going out without protective stuff. So, yeah, no, guys, if you've been taking vaccines, congratulations, you have a nanovirus. The arsonist and the fireman routine. The Orion's been using this for centuries on planets where they infect somebody just to bring the cure out, and it's far worse. So, it is. And it's a mutagenic change, like what was said on Stu Peters. He said, they're tampering God's creation. Not surprising there. But it's the whole thing with the glow bug insertion with the mRNA, with insectoid DNA being put in and all this other stuff. You know the rest. On top of that, it gets me on this recording shtick too, because phone, hand, people getting stuck into it, just like what Isaac was saying on the lifting, where he said, yeah, I get hooked on the phone too. So, it's 10:07 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Even one time when I bilocated to the world of wheels when I had a nano infection, I felt like crap. They automatically ran at me and said, no, nothing personal, you have a nano infection, we're going to help you out. And that's when I was still doing the energy drink and all that. And Crum helped me and Bjorn out in a session, pulled that out of me. It can be in the water too. Like what I said with the fracking, introducing old nanites into the water. And some people think it's healing springs, and it's that sparkle. Congratulations, you just stewed in nanites. It's from the Orion Wars. Now, shungite, like I said, was created to combat graphene oxide, which is powdered black goo, which is shungite's retarded older cousin. Now, yeah, so that's where I'm at with this. But, mind wipe. Yes, I'm stopping Isaac. I was going to say something meaningful, but I think we're good at the moment. It is 10:09 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. The smart water I've been drinking along with the Roundhouse Provisions or Morning Kick, that's helped out immensely too, like I said, with this. Great product, by the way. I'll try the other one too. Great product. And the other one, hang on, is I was taking over amounts of B12 too, and that doesn't really help me, but it is Fortify Women's Probiotics Everyday Care with 30 billion. is, what's it, 30 billion, well, it's this one. No, this one. I gotta get it in the light here so I can read it. Live probiotic cultures per capsule, 30 billion live probiotic capsule cultures per capsule, 10 probiotic strains. That stuff's excellent too, but I know it's for women, but guys can take it too, and it worked. So, yeah. I also had a bacterial infection that I noticed I had an injection point in my stomach where I'd had before. There was this geometric square that formed under my stomach that looked like a skin culture had been taken, but it was a bacterial infection. Somebody obviously injected in something, and Isaac always complains, going, "Yeah, you wait until we have to do something." Yeah, he compares it to like in Fallout 4 when you just make the robot kill all the bad guys. Oh, you make the robot do it. That's how he compares it. So it got to the point they don't let me die, but they hate when I play chicken with the train and want me to do things myself. So that's what I'm doing. So, and I'll find a dentist to take care of this, a reputable one, a doctor to do the rest. That is good. That is more holistic. That's what you want. Not somebody that'll just put you on pharmaceuticals. That's where I'm at. It was raising my blood pressure, and I was, last night, I was thinking I was going to have to get lisinopril again, and I loathe getting on pharmaceuticals. Avoid it like the plague. If you have to, you have to. There's good stuff out there. Not just all evil pharmaceutical companies, but the doctors that are probing that or plugging that most of all, well, you know the rest. They're just trying to make money. But if something works, like a friend of mine is on something that balances him, I can't remember the name of the drug, but it's actually not dumbing his psychic abilities, it's enhancing them. There are good factions out there that are helping, white hat factions that are helping, versus the ones that don't give a shit about you and just want to go after the Martian Germans or the Martian Germans themselves, New Schwabenlander or Cabal. So there are good things out there. It's not all evil, or else we'd be all speaking German, have implants in our neck, and we would be in work camps, so, or FEMA camps, like they wanted to do with COVID. So anyway, it is 10:13 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Well, I meant to say, the Roundhouse provisions also have the Morning Kick also has electrolytes and all this other stuff in it. Ashwagandha, all that other stuff, and that's been fighting this. I've been putting it in the big tall bottles of Smart Water. Good mixture. That other probiotic worked, but this other one was more for me. So obviously one was women or men, so yeah, they all work. By the way, you don't have to go by the labels. I took a women's multivitamin once and it worked, so I was being guided to that at the time, and it gave me the boost to stair step to this. So to slowly get rid of stuff, even though it's like the frog boiling in the pot where it'll acclimate, this gave me the wherewithal to know it's there. Now I can jump out of the boiling pot. So it is 10:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. I was just transferring some files over, some of my old Halloween episodes, and it happened to pass by that episode with me and Aubrey talking about zombies for Halloween. And meaning like that COVID dream I had where there was zombies in surgical masks accosting people, and I had that back in the 90s. That was and that was, I said, was Shadows of the Future, which was 2020. That recording was done in 2019, I believe, or 2018, 2019. Yeah. So synchronicity 3-3 and a 3-4 popped up. Yeah. Okay. It is 10:16 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Also, I was transferring files over, and one was episode 111, the current and lasting effects of the secret space program. Another synchronicity. Triple ones on that, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. And another 11. I suppose some things are not just AI, but this, of course, was as well associated with AI. But there was a synchronicity as I was transferring stuff over. Say, it is moving files over, and it happened to land right on that one. So to me, that's a bit of a synchronicity, even if the other thing is involved. So it is 10:18 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Also, the thing with the eye, Joanna had that before eye surgery. She had COVID, but it made her eye swell and then deswell and focused on the left. It's the same thing. and then she had it for 2 days and it left. It focuses on the eye. And I've even found fluidic implants in people that are monitoring, kind of like the viral implant that Gene Roddenberry came up with in Earthfile Conflict. Liam gets one put in his head and it turns him into a drone. I was reading somebody that happened to, kept having dreams of coming out of public bathrooms that connected to a base underneath. It was just going around, people watching. That's how they turn people into drones with fluidic implants. That's a type of nanotech. And the people that run the V2K tech do it by visual association with the implant, so they can do things with a glass pad technology. Pilots in the SSP uses symbols, sigils, to connect to the flight, or to be able to react faster with the chip. Sometimes they'll hire reptilians to do it, but if humans have to do it, that's how they do it with AI, so they can handle things in space. The visual acuity, the reptilian hybrid types can do it without, but you know what I'm saying. So it is 10:23 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Also, Joanna had to pull some creepy goo-like off the front of my third eye, too, when she was looking, and she had to move it, and it was trying to block the third eye, trying to get me to see illusions. So, trying to get me to not do my thing. Of course, that would be the first thing the goo would go for, or the nanotech would go for. She was seeing the black cluster here. That has unfortunately been ingested, or from shedding, or from when I had the nanovirus, one of those three options. So it's from food. It can be in food too. Sometimes meats have it, but it could be in anything. They say they like to blame it on meat a lot, but it can be in anything. It's mostly drinks, pops, sodas, energy drinks, but it can be in anything. Not to make you paranoid, but put shungite in everything. It'll eliminate it. But if it gets in you gotta find a probiotic or make your body alkaline in some fashion to kill it. And I've been doing that again with the smart water. It's alkaline based. And it's like this thing was calling out to things going, help, he's killing us, or help, he's killing me. So, exactly. Goo ball, dead. So, it is 10:26 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, like the pilots in the SSP, I said use sigils. These on the eye have been instrumental in getting rid of programming and pushing on the nanotech as well. It works wonders. Me putting it in places, it's actually making it energetically enriched, and some people are becoming more aware of what's going on, like with the tower busters when I put places. So it's working. It's working well. So it is 10:27 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Yes, Isaac, I will stop. Yes, and whoever else is talking to me from Spirit, yes, I'll stop. So I got to get the phone away from me. It is 10:27 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Also, I was just told that Joanna doesn't have it, even though she drinks Diet Coke, which I find surprising. So, logging that. Weird, but I'm glad. So, it is 10:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you.
Oh, two more things on like the whole Christ consciousness thing. You know, another variation of that would be like coming to Jesus moment, meaning aha moment or awakening. Just say awakening or aha, even though that ties it to Oprah. Might not want to do that, but because that's her kind of copyright or trademark there. But that comes from the O Network stuff. That's coupling it to Hollywood. Maybe that's not a good example. But coming to Jesus moment, just say you've awakened to a new possibility or a new idea, or you've expanded in some way. It's like the end of Star Trek Next Generation, for instance, where Picard awakens the idea of the temporal paradox. Go watch that. Q helps him expand a little bit to that idea. Just like how you find out Wesley is expanding to the Traveler's idea, where he helps balance the universe. That's what the Q were afraid of, was that. And apparently I'm thinking they helped the Q out in as the humans become more evolved and help them out in the end. Show compassion to them. But at any rate, the whole coming to Jesus moment, ditch that. It's no different than saying, higher self or oversoul is Christ consciousness. So, I will leave this here. It is 12:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Well, the other thing, with the whole Terminator thing with the eye,
Joanna looked in and saw these little insect-like things, and that would be globule chains of nanos. And Isaac told us that it could be any color, like Morgellons is those nano chains, just like those goo ball things you saw in Stu Peters' network. The things of that nature. It's the same difference. And going alkaline beats it. And also staying in the calm moment also beats it. So, complete alkaline form in that way. So, with that said, purged out of this, and I'm feeling it on the edge of the follicles, like here and here, where these things were coming out, and it burns like a son of a bitch. So, guys, it's not worth it. Being addicted to sodas, being addicted to energy drinks, being addicted to some of that shit, it is not worth it. It's not worth the pain that comes after. Just stop, get through it. Like, but I can barely focus. Find something different. I know everybody's entitled to a vice. I am not contesting that one bit. But, like smoking and all that, and cigarettes have the nanos in them too. Some brands. Like, I found out does, believe it or not. And maybe a couple of them, but not all cigarettes have them. Vaping, believe it or not, is safer. And my friend said the cigarette companies or tobacco industry is spreading propaganda about vaping, saying, oh, there's chemicals, it's more harmful than cigarettes, studies show, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no. He's been vaping now for years. He's actually healthier because he had smoked years before that. So, yeah, not true. So, I don't intend to do that. I'm just saying the pain in the eye, which is the dominant eye where they stuck the needle in the secret space program for consciousness transfer, I might add, as well, along with the goo ball and all the other accoutrements, ocular implant crap and everything. And nanoclusters take things the shape of, like the programmable matter in Star Trek Discovery. That's a damn good approximation of what it is. It's more like in No Time to Die, where he gets infected with the nanovirus. That's actually closer. Mix the two together, and it's the same thing. So, and with the glowbug DNA, all that was mentioned on Stu Peters, all that stuff. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I'm not really into the overly Christian stuff either, but his stuff actually rang true in that area. So, I'm going to end this here. And it got purged. It's ongoing treatments that you need. And we were talking to Isaac, all of a sudden he got cut off and somebody was trying to throw a nano turd-like thing in my face. I mean, it's been ongoing. They were streaming in from somewhere. It's ongoing, but it's fixable, folks. It is definitely fixable. Even the droop in the eye is gone. I don't have the droop anymore. So, yeah, it is. I don't feel the droop behind the muscle either. So, I just feel this burn, like right there on the edge of the follicle and right here. Some up in the hair. But it's diminished. All the little sores that were coming out, that's where the nanos were coming out from. They were trying to get away from the alkaline base. So, find any way you can to make your system balance alkali acid. But alkaline is what beats all nanotech, all alien implants, hardware of any kind. That's what does that chemically. Passion, creativity, other one spiritually, and then getting away from the poison drinks from especially Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi, like they showed the nano on Stu Peters in it, and getting away from energy drinks. Even any of them have it. All of them. Doesn't matter how safe they say it is. It's just like a meme I saw online. It says, "Oh yeah, companies are saying this is GMO free and gluten free," and they're like that, like winking. It's just character winking at you. So yeah, it is. I look creepier when I do it, but you get the idea because it's creepy when you find this out. So it is, even though it's a duh moment. Some would say coming to Jesus, but no, don't say that. I've said this in previous recordings. That's coupling your name to an idea. Don't just say it's more of an awakening moment. So cancel out the other one. So it is 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. I do want to say we get chocolate-covered coffee beans. Those are fine, not the Starbucks one, but if you have somebody home make it, natural caffeine is just fine. minus the nanos and the gray technology, please, and insectoid technology, please. So it is 101 schooling. 101, it's 101 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Also, there was a famous video of Biden where you see a nanocluster coming out of his wrist. That was not CG. That was these nanoclusters that you see with the globule with a face on it. It's the same thing. And it can spread if it's not caught. Somebody up on a ship could literally push a button and vacuum them all up planet-wide if they wanted to. It would look like a meteor shower, but they could do it. 2 seconds. Well, 2 hours, or 2 days. 1 week, I just heard. So, okay. It's a 3 and a 3 and a 3, 4, of course. So it is 1:08. Of course, a 1 and 08 is a 9. It's 1:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you.
Oh, here's another one. 709. With the ocular thing. Where she even saw in the frequency in Scientific Method was the name of the episode of Voyager, where the doctor's hiding on the holographic doctors, and he said, look in this frequency, and he's seeing all the aliens doing things to people. That's how I see things, for one. 2, they're trying to make AI look cool, transhumanistic, and that's where I feel it, around the same eye. So, that's not a coincidence there. That's how I feel. That's more disclosure. With that episode, one of the first 7 of 9 episodes, awesome character, love the character, but that Scientific Method was true, even about Janeway at the end, where she went a little nuts from the experimentation and threatened the aliens, and by racing straight towards a pulsar. She goes, "This is basically what you created. You're insane." And they're like, "You're insane. You won't do it." Will it? Won't I? Because they were slightly more powerful, so that they can't beat a star. So that's how you burn out AI too. Is also basically what they were trying to say. The scientific method will lead you to the aliens. That's why the paranormal groups are running ghost circles all the time by the aliens and the military. Like I said about the guy who had the orb go over him in the hotel room. He goes to the bartender. He is paralyzed. Catches the orb. Goes to the bartender and asks about that, and the guy goes, "Oh, it's the suicide room where the girl committed suicide." A cover for the aliens. So, using the scientific method, and don't just stop in ghost circles. You're going to keep finding these aliens. So, and the military doing shit. So, at any rate, ocular implant comparison. So, I'll leave that here. But scientific method don't just get caught up in biases either, like academia does. They're afraid. They're afraid because Hitler acted a certain way with the paranormal that they won't accept anything alien and paranormal. When in fact it's the Martian Germans keeping everything separate anyway, and they're obeying Nazis when they're afraid of becoming Nazis. Seems legit. So it is. Because Hitler was into the occult thing. They don't want to couple him. He had his own paranormal division. Everything stated it as fact. They're like, oh, we don't want to be clandestine like that. You already are, just in a different direction. But you're obeying the same masters. So, the master race, quote unquote. And I say that jokingly, being haha not. So, it is 1:36 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. This also has to do with some of the material I was seeing too, comparing it to the rest of this stuff with the nanos, and her poo-pooing the nano stuff too, on her Twitter account, or on X-Twitter account. I just call it X-Twitter. Former Twitter, X-Twitter, that's the joke, where she forwarded this video of this guy that was being interviewed, and I've said this before, this hillbilly guy in a red cowboy hat and all this other sequin bedazzled shit, and basically saying it's called Borg Genesis, and it's these people that get the vaccines aren't human anymore, trying to make it seem like there was a crazy talking about it. And then the reporter goes, "You're telling me people that took the vaccines are no longer human?" "Yes." The guy goes, "Okay," and walks away. And then she goes, "Oh, for fuck's sake." But again, still true, even though you have some retard playing the part of the guy telling about it, like the guy that catches the UFO, some backwoods guy. Always some guy that seems like they don't have an education, all this other stuff. Yeah, not always, but I'm just saying in the creepier stuff. It's always something like that. Granted, where would the UFOs be? Is out in the wilderness or in the aliens and all that? Yeah, but
It's the way to discredit it, is to discredit and ridicule the person, or find something that others can self-harm. The ridicule, like the guy in the sequin cowboy hat. So, yeah, it is 1:38 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Little update. Notice that around the side of my face with all these scabbing that would show up right here. This, and they would scrape it off, and it was yellow, like greeny yellow, like how the nanites would be. When I would drink, or any of the energy drinks, especially, I would get all that shit everywhere and have to scrape all that off. So if you see me in videos doing this, I was getting all that shit off of me. And also, there's a sty now for me right here, that pulsating sty. I read someone yesterday, the same person I mentioned in the show, about V2K and all that stuff. What happened was this person also had a sty that was forming, and I figured out there was toxins coming out that. Same is happening here. This is nanotech, other toxins, other garbage. Turning my body more to alkaline, so of course it goes the path of least resistance, and it's my damn eye. Of course it can't go out between the toes, through the pores in the bottom of the feet, or at least in your hair. I mean, I have been scraping some of that stuff off in here. I thought it was a psoriasis patch for the longest time. No, it's this shit trying to purge. And the goo balls, I call them, those little goo balls, are yellowy color. Again, glowy green, like I've said, with the mixed with the insectoid junk. Like what I saw before I got sick was the glowing mist. So, yeah, all there. So it's all coming together. Sometimes you don't want a plan to come together, and this is one of them, but synchronistically, yeah, I love it when a plan comes together. So, then you figure that shit out. You gotta follow the synchronicities. You always gotta follow them. So there's false ones that bad guys try leading you off the garden path, and then the genuine spirit ones. So, yeah, it is 2:34 p.m. Eastern. It is 2:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, apparently when that microwave blast hit, not only did it make me vulnerable to certain attachments, this sty and all that they activated the nanites a little bit further, or that were already there from the drinks and all this other shit, and made me want to put a gun in my mouth almost. So, that and these phones, that's why Isaac said keep it away like this when you're talking, and never put these against your head. Don't put it against your ear like you normally would. Don't do the, against your... I keep telling Joanna not to do that too. You put it out here where I have it, or put it on a stand, not touching it. In the car, I don't really promote talking on it at all, but you do use the hands-free shit and everything. But, like I'm holding now, but it's generally preferred you have it on a stand where you're not holding it like what I'm doing. So, don't... do as I say, not as I do. No, I'm joking, but I try not to do this too much. Today is kind of the past few days has been kind of the exception of the rule from the time of this recording. Whenever I'm get to sorting and editing these things, you'll see them in various places. So attached to whatever conversations they need to be on, etc., etc. So and shows, etc., etc. So it is, or by themselves. It is 2:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, if many of you are wondering, did maybe I contract the nanovirus from doing a session? Yeah, is that possible to get etheric viruses and such? And I've talked about that in the past, getting bitten and all that other stuff. Yeah. Is it possible that can happen? Or did I pass it to that person? Is that possible? Yes. Is it possible that healers, if they don't heal properly or ground properly, can they pass it? Yes. Is that what happened this time? No. Both of us caught it independently of each other. So I have to be careful. But can you pass it? Yeah, I've not known of a nanovirus that you can pass that way, though. I know the frequencies. You can. And could that attract something? Maybe. That's a stretch or a long shot, though. Like in the Matrix, where they recreated the strawberries from the Matrix coding. It's a stretch. Could frequency one thing then ground and recreate over here like the strawberries? Yeah. It's a stretch, though, in this case, for sessions. So it's a big stretch. So, if anybody's concerned, no, that can't happen. In person, maybe, but it is also a stretch. Could you shed? Yeah, but it's gone. So, I just want to say, some of those are stretches, some of those are possibilities. That's why I always tell people don't rapid fire in sessions, or don't stay on too long. when you're doing sessions, because things may get in there that could make you vulnerable to a lot of these things. Vulnerable, not necessarily contract across the airwaves. So it is possible. It's just more of a stretch. It's more of an improbability than an impossibility. Like Sherlock Holmes says, eliminating all details, eliminating all possibilities, no matter how what's left, no matter how improbable is most likely the truth. Yeah, but it's still a stretch. Also, when it stormed the other night, could that have come down in the rain, and it's going to rain again? Yeah, could those attachments that I spoke of in other ones, like with those crustacean / mantid / red and black ones that Laverne talked about in that dream sequence, yeah. Could it come down in the rain? Oh yeah, those octopi ones, oh yeah, jellyfish ones, oh yeah. But it's not as common. They're around all over the place, but could something whip them up and fling them back down? Could nanites come down that way? Yes, like chemtrails, clouds, yes. So, figured I would answer those. It is 3:22 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Those concerns, rather. It is 3:22. Address the concerns. It is 3:22 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. As I've been moving some of the Sasquatch episodes of the Synchronicity, I looked over and it said both Domining and then SAS AI, where we were talking about the AI intrusions and everything. So I find that interesting. I was thinking of that SpongeBob episode where Plankton makes everybody stupid via chem cloud and all this other stuff, and Homer with poison donut and everything. I was just thinking about all that, and it popped up over here as I'm transferring files, and it hit those two randomly that I talked about that in. So, and it's about this nano conversation. So it is 3:23. That's a synchronicity I'm logging. So it's 3:23 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, also, when I have those things in my head, I itch them off. And I always tell people, always go, why do you keep doing that? And Joanna keeps saying, my mother and Laverne keep saying, why do you do that? It's like, I don't want to end up on Dr. Pimple Popper, where I have these large-ass things. I always wonder why people don't snip them off. You have something growing in part of your nose, out comes the X-Acto knife, or the box cutter, like I did with my knee when I got all the water out of it. I emptied it into a Solo cup. My intuition told me I had to do battlefield triage kind of thing, because I couldn't afford to have it go down. Doctors wouldn't do it without money. Said it was surgery. Well, I'm doing self-surgery. So there's your answer, guys. So it is 3:47 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you.
I noticed while the nano thing was going on, I couldn't get the energy to take care of attachments properly. And Joanna gave me an energy boost. Put her hands at the side, was trying to scan what she saw. She saw the whole nano thing, the way they looked like a swarm of bees or wasps or something. And symbolically, Laverne unfortunately had to take care of a wasp nest out on front because we didn't want them stinging. So I tried to get rid of them naturally. They kept building and building. I kept trying to telepath to him, we're going to end up having to spray it. If we don't, we can't get rid of you. He ended up having to do it. I hated it, but, because that's Agent Orange. I hate it. But we speak out against this shit. And I noticed that my energy is starting to return, and very quickly. That some of the days is disappearing, and except I'm getting completely mind wiped being in this room for whatever reason, but in any rate, I don't want to pull a Biden here, but yeah, that's kind of what's going on. Like, but what is I was going to say now? Yeah, I wasn't getting the necessary energy to take care of attachments, and my energy is returning. So that's interesting that's going on, and the fact that for weeks I have been absolutely out of it, but I've been fighting to actually stay correct. I've done all of it. I've done all of it pretty well, but other beings were providing their energy, but I'm like, what is vacuuming this energy? What is causing this cancellation effect? As I push, it's draining away. Kind of like in that Star Trek episode called Booby Trap, Next Generation episode called Booby Trap. They go into this asteroid field. It's about chameleons. They mention them in Discovery as well in Season 5. But they go into this asteroid field where they can't get engine power to get out of it, and it's a booby trap because it drains all the life support energy away and everything. A Chameleon cruiser is in the center of that because they were fighting a civil war and their enemies made booby traps. And Picard tries to shoot one of them. He actually shoots one of them, and that causes to get them more energy. Tries to destroy them as they put out a bunch of radiation.
and radioactivity. They try to they have to drift with low power out of the astrofield to get out of the booby trap. Which means it's symbolic for the calm. If you're trying to fight a lot, the calm gets you there quicker. The annihilum. That's what that was symbolic for. Low tech, not high tech. Just like in other sci-fi shows, it's always the high tech that is attacked, like in Transcendence with Johnny Depp, the one that plays Vision in it later on. He says they only have high tech in Vegas, some spots in Vegas, a network setup, but then nobody else has it, which I think is BS. They could have gotten rid of it. They could have used it still, but you get what I'm saying. So, anyway, I'm starting to get I'm gonna start saying I'm pulling a Biden here, but yeah. Means mind wipe. So, it is 5:02. There's a thunderstorm going on in the background here, so I'm going to really have to cut it now. It's 5:02 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sunday, I've been getting over amount of downloads too. That my energy is back at least almost relatively normal. So it is 5:02 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, there's something that happened on a commercial about a medication that was incredibly telling. It's called Tritelix. And the I in try, like try, of like tri-star, meaning Orion, try, and the I, it has a broadcast bubble like you'd expect the broadcast waves look like in a ring, like I, try, sky above the I above, like the binary network done in 1964 on the World's Fair, the Unisphere, or the moon, eye in the sky, or the binary network through the satellites. That's the psionic dampening. The symptoms of the medication, before you take the medication, of course, symptoms for it, to use it for, would be depression. Depression. Oh, it's more than just. Oh, the person goes, oh, it's just more than just me. It requires a medication. I'm losing interest in things I once had, and I just don't have the energy. Nanotech, binary network, psionic dampening. The I said it all with the broadcast. Look it up. Tritelix. Or Trintelix, excuse me. So yeah, that's probably a code word for some file somewhere on this in a deep dark project in the deep underground military bases, or the DUMS for short. So there you go. That was such a telling thing. Every symptom was what we spoke about in the dumbing, what we spoke about in the Psionic War, and in the recent episode about the Mr. Smith effect, or the Agent Smith effect. So yeah, there we go. I will name that one because I have to say what it's saying. So it is. Look it up. It is. Look up the logo. You're gonna be shocked. So that was so blatant in your face. They can just say, "We told them." Yeah, so they can get away from any sort of karmic repercussions out of it. At least that's how the legend goes, anyway. So it is 5:26 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, I noticed with the eye it started running again, but there's all this weird grit coming out of there. And I noticed before I acknowledged the thing with the secret space program with the golden rod going in the eye, the dominant eye, as I would say, but we figured this out before consulting him too. It was where this gray crap was coming out and squirting onto my glasses. It still does it periodically, but it was really bad, like how you'd spray whipped cream out. That was the consistency of it, and it would slime up my glasses constantly. I'd blink and go whoosh. And once I acknowledged where it came from, it slowed down. Now, this is starting when the nanotech is coming around. There's this weird gray grit, and it was gray colored before too, coming out of this eye. So yeah, and Bjorn and I run into this issue from past life stuff and SSP stuff, where it's always affecting one of our eyes, and it affects his right one because we're mirroring back and forth, I believe. So when we talk on our sessions, so that's the only as far as I'll go into that. But yeah, this is logging that, and it's burning and doing its thing again. It slowed down. I could put my glasses back on, but it's starting to. My eyes have been squirting stuff onto the lenses for like weeks now, having to wash them off constantly, and it's starting to get gray like that again. And that's like smart dust. That's the nano garbage. So it is 5:40. It is 5:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, the Trintelix. I was going to tell you, the pill. I'm thinking cancels out some of the binary network stuff for a time and gives you peace, because sometimes they'll deliver nanotech in pills or something that's telling to disrupt the oppression for a while, but you have to keep taking it, spending money, becoming a slave. That's what we got from that. So it is 5:48 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, also, I have been, chewing my lips and tongue for some time. I keep slapping the meridians in my face that usually stop the chewing. Chewing usually means clogged meridians. I had a client one time that had the same, would chew the inside of her mouth. But also that means stroke too, and also means certain parts of the brain are being affected, all three of those. Again, the nanotech. The body was trying to tell me something was up, along with the tooth causing an infection. The microwave shit activated all of it, and the other things were clocking the meridians for some time. The body was trying to say, just like the stomach goes off whenever there's something around. My stomach has been going off lately, even with the probiotics. That tells you something. Even Jim Carrey said your body can have a visceral reaction when you're near negativity and evil. It's usually the liver that absorbs that, and then the stomach goes off. The liver is usually that filter. Just like the Chinese call the witching hour liver time, and which is 3 in the morning, and we call it the witching hour, no matter what 3 a.m. that is. It's 3 a.m. generally. So, where our liver either wakes us up, or, of course, we get up to pee and poop and stuff like that, but the liver will kind of judge that energy and wake us up. Now, other energies like ghosts, spirit, and alien stuff will wake us up because of their energy, and we'll catch them from time to time. But beyond that, it's usually the liver absorbing something that keeps us awake. Also, the brain being overactive, but the liver can absorb a lot of that and has to be cleansed. So, according to Chinese legend, and also there's feng shuing of the body just like you would a house. And the energy balance, it's usually the liver they focus on. So, as far as I know. If anybody knows any more, let me know on that. That's what I know. So it is 7:19 a.m. Eastern. It is 7:19 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, another synchronicity popped up 4 years ago. The 4 meaning like heart space. We did a True You episode called Psychic Attacks, Energy, Heavy Energy Movements, and things of that nature. Holograms, binary network, all of that stuff. Those no longer exist. I deleted them, but it was a synchronicity that popped up for all the shit that's been going on. So I'm logging that as of right now. So it is 9:46 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I always log synchronicities. It's 9:46 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 30th, 2024. Thank you.
Okay, this is a very this is more of an update on what happened. This a lot of that crap purged from the eye. It hurts like hell. It's like very achy. I had to use a leave to de-swell it somewhere that came out my nose, went down my throat, tasted like licking a rusty pole. So this is how you know it's nanotech oriented, very much like when somebody's gotten the vax. They smell like old person and wet metal. Even a 20-year-old would. Or I should say bad vaxxers, duds too. You don't want to judge everybody because you don't know what they got. And that's why also magnets stuck to the vax, because of the damn nanotech in there. People are, oh, this is cool. No, you're retarded. So, this, it's not cool, it's horrifying. So, let's just get that straight. There's cool things out there. That ain't one of them. It's creepy and horrifying. Those are your terms you should be using. And scary. Not to be scared of it, but it's scary. You never want to show fear or any big reaction. You just got to remain in the calm-ish. I was in the ish category. But, yeah, this, Elena Vessa and Elena Vessa also told me that you're going to get what you want. I thought they were also referring to business. I've always wanted that thing purged from me that I had. Of course, it accumulated with the energy drinks. And what happened was, I was going into an alkaline body,
That's why they kept telling me eat healthier or go to a doctor, all this other stuff. So Spirit revved up the volume just a little bit. And when I got on the probiotics, it started to push a lot of this out. That the stuff that doesn't belong, like that goo ball that was sitting on my brain. It's breaking down as I'm talking. Because they can't survive in an alkaline body. And only acidic. Now you need balance of acids and bases or acids in the alkaline. But when you have an overabundance of one, you've got to dial it back. And if you're trying to purge all these things, with like a massive nano-infection like COVID or the vaccine, that's ivermectin, and also parasites, all that. This falls under parasites. But this is alkaline. And if it's alkaline, I've had tapeworms before. What I do, I down a bunch of baking soda. And I got rid of 2 tapeworms. Apparently that Chinese buffet in Phoenix that we went back to, apparently I was a glutton for punishment, went back, I didn't know it came from there, and I got it again. Anyway, enough of that shit. Said I'd get what I want. And this was purging, it's doing it slowly. And, I always felt like this rippling right here. I don't feel the rippling anymore. I feel it completely, goofied. And, of course, it's going to, some of it entered the stomach in the middle of the night. I can feel it, some of it in the back of my throat. I had it in my nose. I had it right all down here. I'm like, about to here. And notice the blood pressure's down. All of it's down. Trying to bring my blood pressure through the roof to where the hibiscus wasn't even working hardly. Yeah. And like that report on Amazon with the moron that was basically thinking it was the probiotic that was causing it. No, stupid. It was the thing it was purging. You just have to look more into stuff that you think is conspiracy theory. I'm only speculating the person is like that. I don't know them. If you're listening, I don't know you. But based on your comment that you thought it was you had Sherlocked or deduced that it was the probiotic or the chewable, nope. Now, do things out there contain some of these nanites? You bet. That doesn't look like one of them. It felt fine to me. That's why I grabbed it. But when I saw that comment, I was told, look at the worst comment, and I looked at that. No. Not going to bash on that one person all day. And all night. But, come on, if the shoe fits. That's a typical sheep response. And I get incensed over stuff like that. I rant over stuff like that. But anyway, it's a bit better. I still have these, which is where it was trying to come out. See all these marks? And I have them all under my hair here too. You don't see them. That's what I usually have, but that's where the follicles have been trying to push things out. This is still sore along here, where it tried to push them out along the eyebrow. Like it had the whole 7 of 9 thing going on with this. That's basically how an ocular implant is as well. But some of it was holographic. Most of it was this biogel goo-ball nanoglobule shit. And also like cyber viral implant that Gene Roddenberry came up with in Earth Final Conflict, turned Liam into a surveillance drone. Somebody else I read once, he kept having dreams about him coming in and out of a bathroom. In the area of town he didn't live in, and he was just watching people. And I found out he had this fluidic implant that went through his eyes, went back to his brainstem, and then every now and again they would abduct him and reinstall something in the brainstem, because they had to replace it every 10 years, 7 to 10 to 12 years, depending on the person's brain chemistry, and it would readapt, because the brain would become immune. Once it's removed, the brain becomes immune. And if somebody saw it, it would look like brain matter, and then the other part, it would just look like the brain fluid surrounding the brain, and it would look like water. But in this case, it was one of those goo ball things like you saw on Stu Peters. If you don't know the videos I'm talking about, go to my Facebook channel, Christopher.S.Jacobs, or go to Stu Peters' channel. He actually has several videos on this. I was actually impressed. Usually with Christian stuff, I'm not all that impressed, but yeah. I've, even if you have an aversion to religion and stuff like that, you gotta look into these things. It doesn't matter what source is holding them. So just because you may have an aversion to Christianity doesn't mean you don't look at some sources they have. Just like the Mormon Church, if you're looking for genealogy and stuff like that, they're experts. Just because you're put off by the Mormon Church, for instance, doesn't mean you don't go to them for help in that area. Everybody has an area of expertise you might be put off by, or an area of expertise. But if you're put off by something else, you're not going to get to that. Like the whole Alec Baldwin thing, he didn't hire a NRA person, a gun person, because he was very liberal. I may chop that one out, but you get what I'm saying. Now, with this, there was a dream that came through as a result, which you kind of expected this, where all of a sudden we're going to Hawaii, me and Joanna. We're in a car going along the H1 highway, and I'm seeing the GPS is turning to on the phone. Normally you don't see this, but the background started showing like Hawaiian buildings and all this other stuff, and I said, look at all this, And then we get into a computer control room. We wandered through the hotel we got to, very, very late, I might add. And we go right to a computer control room, where there's these two people sitting at a monitor, and I'm looking through stuff, and I have stickers with me, but they're all weird looking ones. They're not like our typical these. They're not these. I'm like, what's this? And it's like, where's my ghost box? And I was like hallucinating at the yin yang, and it's like, and Joanna's looking at me like this, and I said, and she goes, I don't know. I think it was left in the previous hotel. We had been in another one previous, but I don't know where it was. I'm thinking it was somewhere in between here and Hawaii, probably California or Arizona or somewhere in between. I was like, you mean to tell me you left that in a hotel room? And I'm slurring like somebody who just had their wisdom teeth removed. You see on America's Funniest Home Videos, AFV, where they're going, I don't know what's going on. I think my tongue's falling out. That shit. It's along those lines. And that's where I woke up. So, that's in the I don't know category. That seems like an abduction to me, but that seems like a long way to take somebody. Unless it's disinformation and it's just local, which sometimes they'll act like they've taken you all the way to the moon. They'll even have a window open and go, oopsie, then you could be here, or somebody's trying to disclose you've been taken to the moon. If they can transport you to the moon, they can transport you to or somewhere like Mars or something. They can transport you to Hawaii, but why it was there, I don't know. Unless Isaac was present or Thorsden was present, and both of them have been present at that one, which both of them are also present. Thorsden and Edwards, and Isaac and Luke Air Force Base. Respectively, Edwards Air Force Base, Luke Air Force Base. One in Barstow, one in northern Arizona around Prescott Valley. But I don't know why they would pick Hawaii. Yeah, they pick Hawaii, but unless there was experts there, but. It's starting to reverse itself regardless. But they never, here's the yield, folks. They never heal your other ailments. They always take you back to the point you were before the extra thing. I consider all my injuries the extra thing. Somebody out there doesn't. I know Oversoul, of course, you're learning something from it, but maybe I don't want to hobble around with my knee like Picnic the Pirate when they can grow new limbs and replace knees like instantly and you're healed. Maybe I don't want to go through another doctor. That's me ranting. And I know a lot of you feel the same way, like release this technology, release the med beds, release all that. And I know that's a carrot and a stick. I get it. I totally understand it. That's why they keep going, carrot and stick. But at any rate, you still want it. Because you remember being around it both galactically, soul-wise, and SSP. Alien abduction. You're seeing all this stuff around going, yeah, this needs to be shared, and yes, it does. Completely, fully, wholeheartedly. Completely, yes. So, I'm going to quit ranting, but actually, I will say I was around an alien one time, a hybrid even, and a military guy that was harassing, said, don't you dare heal this person past this certain point. You get rid of the extra where I had broken a leg, and the metal rod was sticking out. They're like, yeah, but we can completely heal him. This is unethical. You'll do as I say. And I said, no, you'll do as this person says, even though this is an alien. I was like, no, this person wants to heal me and go fuck yourself. They're not going to let you, Oh, who are they, And I'm going to end that there, but this is the kind of experiences I've run into. So, anything else happens, you know what I'll be doing. It is 7:31 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, July 1st, 2024. Thank you. I know I said the goo ball thing with the thing with the ear was like Night Gallery. This is more reminiscent of Wrath of Khan, where it's mind control type stuff. Like the worm in the ear, that was actual disclosure that was shown. One of the grossest scenes, but also well acted scenes by Ricardo Montalban. He did it in one take. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. That is actually more reminiscent of this. The bug in the ear. That's how attachments are. Isaac very playfully and lovingly nicknamed this the wandering dildo, like it fucks you over kind of thing. He named it that in a session with me and a friend of ours named and she got irked by that, but what he meant was like the whole Wrath of Khan scenario. He was just doing it to be gross, just to desensitize her, and it worked. He does this, if he comes to you, he does this. So, to desensitize you to this stuff. So, but at any rate, Wrath of Khan, it's more reminiscent of Wrath of Khan than Night Gallery. Night Gallery is where the eggs spread with the earwick. And it got spread through the guy's brain. The Simpsons, Smithers, Mr. Burns says to Smithers, oh, how many eggs did it lay in your brain? Quite frankly, one is too many. That was a scene in The Simpsons. But this is more reminiscent of Wrath of Khan. If you don't know what I'm looking at, go see Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. One of the most famous of the Star Trek movies. One of the best, actually. Go watch that one. You'll know exactly what I mean. That's how some of the attachments get in your ear, and some of the nano clusters take that form. Also, when we went to St. Augustine, I was seeing these weird attachments bounce off of people, and I asked the ghost box. I don't really completely trust the ghost box, but I asked the ghost box, what were they? Clusters of black goo and nanites, which happens to be true. Some are animals in the ether that attach you like flies, mosquitoes. Others are the black goo and the holographics doing things. Like what I saw in that dream with the people with the holographic cats. So, and the control of the nanites. So, and the B2K. So, it is 9:19 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, July 1st, 2024. Thank you. Okay, had another weird one. I was told there would be weird dreams here. This was a Doctor Who dream. And we haven't seen it recently because it's gone kind of woke. But out of curiosity, now we'll probably have to watch it. Because her son Andrew has been begging us to watch it so he can discuss shit with us. And the Gatwa season, the black guy. At least, But we left off at the end of Peter Capaldi when he changed into the woman. I haven't seen it since then. So, at any rate. Notice that something happens where there's this general they create as the bad guy or the villain. This older black guy looking, and he's supposed to be a Time Lord like general or something, and has kind of a scruff beard and all this other stuff, kind of hunched like this, and he goes back. He escapes the Time War or escapes where Gallifrey is and goes and. Or he's at the end of the universe and goes back and does some keeps going with the temporal war and screws it up, just like in Star Trek, where little minute details change and the bridge or ship change again could be seen as temporal war. Little things, are like Enterprise NX-01 changing from when they showed it on motion picture to when Archer was or Scott Bakula was Archer. There's minor changes, temporal war. Like they showed in that whole series. So it's the same thing. The Time War is the same thing. Where things were time locked. Nibiru was time locked for a while, but I believe it's totally gone. But at any rate, at least I was told it was totally gone. But anyway, and people believe it because of a lot of the climate. Yeah, there is climate change. There are things noticeable, but at the same time, it's being dampened by those basalt pillar terraformer. But anyway, the crux of it was something was altered so much. Society names were different, changed, everything. Like in the Flash, when he'd alter something, and the timeline would totally change. It was like that, and I remember pointing out to the doctor, like, no, people were uncreated. My family's gone, everybody's gone. We have to go back and change it. He's like, no, this will cause a paradox. We have to work with this for a little bit until a solution can be found. It's like, go back and prevent the guy from ever doing his thing. Well, we don't know where he came from. I don't even know this person. He would be an alternate timeline, Time Lord, somewhere. It has to be found first, then we change it, then we fix it. Otherwise, we're just causing, micro paradoxes and such, And then I was in I remember, because I remember being everything normal here, and then switching to, all of a sudden I'm in a bed with a strange family. Reminded me of the family from Ghostbusters, the two new movies, Afterlife and Frozen Empire. It looked sort of like Paul Rudd and her, but it was different. They were slightly different. And I woke up in a bed with, with them all around, in other beds. And I wake up and I'm like, where the hell am I? And where is everybody? And went around, and I remember remembering things from there, but then remembering things from here, and the timeline had changed. It's just like when Stewie goes back and prevents his own birth, and he ends up, in a British family and stuff like that, and his whole history changes, and then he goes back to prevent himself from going back and preventing himself. Like he was never born kind of thing, and it went off on a skew. It was like that. It was very much like that. And it was like, oh my god, I'm somebody else, somewhere different, just exactly like that episode. And I remember going to the doctor like, you changed things. Something happened here. It was, I know, I'm going to fix it, just hang tight, come with me if you want, that kind of thing. And they even consider the TARDIS, they called it a gravis, or gravis. Gravis was the word they used. Gravis. I'll have to look up the word gravis. Because the other one was time and space, what was it? Time and something space, for TARDIS, and then gravis was this new one. And even the box looked different. It looked like a concrete version of a call box with a flat top, no light or anything on top. It wasn't blue, it was concrete. It was weird. So this is where this is. I'll go look up the definitions of those words and get back to everybody if there is something, but I just find it interesting. Meaning timeline jump. I was told last night by Elena and Bessa we were going to get what we wanted, or I was getting what I wanted, even though there was shit going on. So, with my face and all this other stuff. And we were both, Joanna, both been concerned about the conference, what will happen, what hasn't happened, what our continuous patterns have been, typical. So, it is 7:28 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Thank you.
Okay, apparently the definition of TARDIS is time and relative dimension in space. An acronym, is a fictional hybrid of time machine and spacecraft that appears in British science fiction TV series Doctor Who and its various spin-offs. Okay, and gravis, this one was annoying. Myasthenia gravis is a chronic muscular disease that causes weakness in the voluntary muscles. Voluntary muscles include muscles that connect to a person's bones, muscles in the face, throat, and diaphragm. They contract to move the arms, legs, and essentials for breathing, swallowing, and facial movements. And they show this person, like a thing with the eye. But that's where the nanites were coming out. And they show this. Whereas weakness and rapid of muscles under voluntary control, the condition is caused by breakdown in communication between nerves and muscles. Symptoms include weakness in the arm and leg muscles, double vision, difficulties with speech and chewing. Medications, therapy, and surgery can help. That is, and apparently it is, rare, fewer than 200,000 U.S. cases per year. So, Yeah, the fact that they made the TARDIS concrete and they changed it to gravis, somebody was trying to say, oh, this is concrete. This is a fact. It looks like a mindfuck to me. So, time to, turn back time and fix it. Go to a doctor. That's what's being said. And I hear the message loud and clear, but I don't believe it. So yeah, this is where I'm at. Sorry, there was notifications popping up. So it is. I said I would look it up, and I did. So turn back time, go fix it. It's concrete now, but other things were changed. This is a timeline for this. Fix it. I don't buy it. So it's obviously a V2K trick. So it is 7:35 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Thank you. Also, it's the muscle undulations, everything I've always experienced, but the fact that I've alkalized my body, things surfaced this way. I believe it's binary network doing it. I believe it's all binary network. I believe it's cyanic dampening doing it, V2K, all of it. So, like I said, I don't buy it. So it is. Yeah, 2 and a 2, of course. The AI is involved. Oh yeah, Leon Vessel last night said disease or virus. But again, I don't know. No, I don't buy it. So it is 7:36 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Thank you.
Also, another meaning for this is someone concreted you onto this timeline, and Joanna made the point of, of course, these are all side effects of COVID too. So, and also had the nano shit going on, all of it. Yeah, so this is interesting, but somebody's trying to also visual word associate, like mimetic magic, trying to get concrete something in place, and there isn't a pun here. That's exactly what was being said. So, it's just like if I were to go to a doctor and some doctor would say something, show me something on a piece of paper, and show me a visual representation of it. That's a way to convince somebody they're sick. So yeah, that's, but I didn't feel threatened in this situation, though. That's the thing. My intuition was not really, the red alert was not going off. That's the thing. I did not feel threatened in the slightest. But I believe all these things you're going to find are symptoms what they used in COVID, and the vaccines, and the shedding. Trying to concrete somebody with a pin on a particular timeline, like I've said in the past, try to skew them. That somebody's saying also with our business and stuff, that's what somebody was more than likely trying to say that too. But then if I go do the other thing, you're a slave to a medication somewhere too. But, yeah. You see all the variables in place, folks? So, it is. Well, also telling Joanna, she's looking up stuff too. So, yeah, it's appalling how the lengths of some of these forces will go, but at the same time, I know that Isaac and Lane Vets have bugged me to go to a doctor. All this other stuff, it's like 6-8 month waiting list, all this other shit. We don't have time for this shit. So, yeah. And even my eye still feels like it's drooping. It even showed the picture of the person with the larger fucking eye and everything. Yeah. You see how it already got in my head? So I'm canceling that as of right now that I don't have this. And putting the timeline back and putting my name as executive producer, director of the production, and fading to black. There we go. It is 7:53 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Thank you.
See, they also used to tell me it was myokymia, which is like muscle undulations, but that's only for people that use too much caffeine. It doesn't account for the rest of this. I believe this is all SSP garbage. Damage that was done then. And premature births where I'm not getting enough nutrients. That's really all that is. Also, Bell's palsy is another one that comes up. With this drooping face. I think the whole narrative that was being said in the Doctor Who thing was bullshit. I just want to put that out there. That's just a narrative that was coming up. You see how those shitheads work, the V2K shitheads? This is where I'll cap this off, but I just wanting to point that out. This is, the attack, then they present the cure, so it's the arsonist and the fireman thrown into one. So that's just where I'm at. Those things with Bell's palsy kept coming up too, so I was like, okay, these are false synchronicities. There's real ones and false ones, like we said in the show. So,
You got to pay attention to the real ones from spirit only. So it is, and not the messages like what he said with the radio, where they get false messages and real ones. Sometimes the spirit will give real ones there, but you got to really know and discern what the real one is. Don't give a false light or a false feeling that's being presented at you, or hollow or negative. You just know intuitively in here. So critically think your way through it, logic and intuition together, but ultimately it's intuition that's the crown king of discernment. So critical thinking, yes, but intuition every time wins with this kind of stuff. So it is 12:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Thank you. Oh, V2K wise, also, there was a case I saw years ago of a woman who was around this guy. And he was, she was like, "Oh my God, don't hit me." And then all he was doing was just standing there. And she was seeing all these things happening when he wasn't doing it. Same thing with Joanna and I when we first started. I was being hit really hard. And Joanna would be like afraid of me for some reason. I wasn't doing a thing. It was the same thing. And I had that session at that moment in time, at that time. So that was explaining what was going on with us at the time. It was V2K / psionic manipulation. It. So this is how far down the rabbit hole goes. Sometimes you're thinking somebody's doing something and they're not. Sometimes you think they're not doing something when they are. Same thing goes with like the ghost vehicles I spoke about in the binary network, whereas you think you've run over somebody, and even in dreams you'll dream of running over people with the car. And like I dreamt of hitting somebody in the head with the edge of the car and being sad about it. But also in real life, when Joanna approached a bridge going into Newport News, saw a transparent man run across and dive in front of the vehicle. That was even caught on Paranormal, caught on camera on a show as well. She wanted to know what was going on with me, why I wouldn't drive, and that was it. In Tempe, I ran into this all the time. I ran into the vehicles, that I had to swerve to get away from a vehicle once, and then I hit another one. And they're like, "Dude, what's going on?" I was avoiding another car that was going to T-bone me, man. What car? And that was even on Paranormal, caught on camera, where somebody drove into another car, and you can clearly see on camera there was an anomaly of some kind. The person goes, "I saw another vehicle there." And the other person doesn't believe me at all. And we almost got sued. I almost got sued one time as I turned, talk about removing something that was there, turned left into traffic. Or not into traffic, but left turn. I was sitting there forever and ever waiting to come out of this apartment complex. And there was no other way out. It was one way in, one way out. That's why complexes need other ways out to get off on a side street somewhere. They did it for security reasons, but whatever. That's where my mother and Laverne's place in Prescott Canyon Estates was. There was one way in, one way out, and one fire exit escape area. That's it. If something would happen, something would happen, people would be cornered. But turn left, there was nobody coming. I get plowed into by a pickup. And he's like, oh my God, this guy turned in front of me. Wasn't there. I almost got sued because this guy spun around, plowed into traffic, hit this other person really hard, and he wouldn't hit the brakes at all. And he was dramatically going, tried communicating with the guy, wouldn't do anything, tried communicating with the woman. She was going to sue me because the cops pegged me, said, "Oh, we're charging with this." Didn't do anything. And I'm not signing anything, not signing any tickets, I'm not giving in, I do not consent. And the insurance adjusters turned against me. Yes, the police said you did because then you did. That's like the whole pandemic thing with the clout thing where people said, well, this guy said it is, so it is. No, that's not proof. Scientific method is proof. The real science is not the science, but science. Anyway, intuition told me to write a letter to this woman, and I even had the post office get her address. They're like, oh, you're asking us to do too much. I'm like, no, it's your job. This is an emergency. You need to do it. They even tried that, fighting with me. So, at any rate, like Fraggle and the other woman, or people at the post office that didn't know what paper and resin were, that shit. Anyway,
the fast forward past this court date, they even tried the whole, well, the cop is my personal friend, and he wouldn't do that, anything like that. Like, you have to recuse yourself. He's your personal friend. And the defender said, Judge, he's absolutely correct. That is the law. You now must recuse. Well, I'm not stepping down. No, we're insisting. He knows his stuff. Either dismiss it or find someone else. And they dismissed it. So had spirit on my side at that time. But the point is, sometimes you see things that aren't there. Sometimes you don't see things that are shaded. I even knew of a murder case one time where somebody was going after a gray alien. And they're chasing the gray alien with a knife and killed the gray. And cut its head off. It ended up being a child. And the person, of course, went to jail for baby killing. Like that crappy movie out there, Blair Witch 2, the Book of Shadows, whatever the fuck that was. The actor from Burn Notice was in that. What happened was they were all being mind controlled by the haunted place, and there was even a witch there, that was showing all the positive witchcraft, thanking the plants for taking materials, all that other stuff. And it's an earth religion. Then in the end, they were being controlled to see things that weren't there, and to not see things that were. In the end, they all murdered this one woman, saying, "Oh, you gotta say." One says, "Well, you gotta say the name. You gotta say that she was being they thought was being possessed. They were." And they're like, "No, you don't hear me." Oh my God! And they murder her, and then one guy murdered another girl, and then they at the end the news blames witchcraft. So the cabal ran with the propaganda spiel about witchcraft and spells and everything. They do that in real life. They'll defame it because they know it can stop them. So, because they do the same shit to everybody. So, I just needed to add that part. I know this is another longie, but you guys wanted notes. I'm giving you notes. So it is notation. So it is 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Thank you. Also, I got a report of the new monoliths showing up again. The old ones were mind control pieces, and also marking energy centers and stuff like that, over the last time those came up. Those were part of the mind control network, or at least the solid one-piece ones, and not the mimic ones that came up that people were self-farming the style around and copycatting it. No. Basically, putting mind control out in the open so you think it's a distraction, when in fact they're just creating little more grounding rods for the mind control, like they would for the 5G towers. At least that's how I see it. Anyway, this is part of that conversation. I feel it's a synchronicity. So, it is 12:49 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Thank you. Oh, also, with the Coca-Cola and Pepsi, it reminds me of the Futurama episode where he goes to the Slurm factory with Slurm's Mackenzie. And was that giant worm pooping out the Slurm? So people were drinking that. That's the same as the whole pooping worm story where I said they were making that cloned creature break things down into raw materials. Very much like also bodies, bone, everything. Metal, all of it. It's kind of the same difference there. Where also some pharmaceuticals use insectoid spit too. Just like the COVID virus had the glow bug glowing in the air when I first saw it. So, yeah, that reminds me where fries. People are so damn addicted to it. It reminds me when he's drinking a Slurm fry, and he goes fry. He does it over and over again. That was characteristic of the addiction. I found it hilarious, but that's me. I know this is scattered, but I'm listening to things as I'm going along. So, as I'm editing, and it just keeps going like the babbling episode, the never-ending episode. I'm not going to allow that again, folks, but to have it go on and on. But that's a great example. Futurama, where he goes to the Slurm factory. Beautiful example of the addiction and of the whole pooping worm concept, too. So, it is 2:12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Thank you. Also, with the V2K testing as well, I want to add this. This was something that was not added. It's actually a crucial bit of information. This is how they get me, is to try to forget stuff. This is why I do these notations. So they can also, when they do a test, they can get you to raise your hand, raise your other hand, things of that nature, from a distance to see if the connection's working. Like blink, magical practitioners do this to somebody to see if they can control. Mostly they try to get them to pick their nose or itch or do something. Like itch your nose, pick your nose, scratch your head, scratch your butt, scratch your balls, something like that. Or any other privates or anything like that. Just to see, they calibrate the system just like they do in the SSP. I had an incident in the female body incident where I was playing a joke on a Martian German guy, which they have no sense of humor, where the way the memory came back is I was laughing for no reason, and I got the memory back like that. Took me out of the tank naked, testing like raise your arm, raise your legs, stuff like that. And these were standard tests. Well, one day he goes, well, raise your arm or do the test, and I went, yeah. Like that biggest beating I ever got. Well, guards came and started beating the shit out of me, and I was laughing. And then the guy actually said the scientist, all he cared about was like, please don't damage the body this time. That was the only thing he cared about. But these are the types of tests they run, with the one at the distance streaming to it, or in the tank. Now, where the soul transfers via a computer matrices to another body, very similar to what you saw in Earth Final Conflict with the woman that body transferred I talked about, but they took her body, ran it through a computer, scrubbed it, and brought it back young on the outside. But they added programming at the same time. Same kind of thing. Where also they can stream to another body via script too. You slide like a phone pad-like thing into a holder, kind of like this, but only enclosed, like enclosed sides, and write a script. And you can also put a program in another body that way, or you can stream via a nesting doll within the 20 and back to another body from the one you've already been transferred to. I call it a nesting doll. So, and then they test the reflexes that way too. But with V2K, they do the same thing. So it is 2:21 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Thank you. I'm thinking the arm pulling back spot where I said before, I'm thinking that could be where they're hitting that nerve for the V2K movements. I mean, there's involuntary movements, but then there's also, let's test this. Now, people have involuntary, spasms because of nerve pinch and everything. Of course. Muscle spasm, of course. Nerves spazzing and doing stupid shit, yeah. But then that's taken advantage of. Like I saw in America's Funniest Home Videos, there was somebody that had one of those electrolysis things on them, where it goes like that. Somebody said, take a drink, like that. It was meant for therapy, but they were pulling a prank. It's kind of similar to that, where you control the limb. Also, you can hook up a limb to someone else's limb and move the other person's limb. That's fucking creepy. So it's very similar in kind of flavoring to this. A rudimentary version of the tech. Just like a rudimentary version of the tech also is a device called the Genius, which actually uses scalar waves and the same waves to heal, accessing a frequency of a medicine other device and or stone and or other product, reflects that frequency at the person, and it acts the same way as if you've taken the medicine and used the stone or the device. So, like what would happen if you hit yourself with a heating pad, soothing muscle. You do that. Shungite, do that. Some probiotic, do that. It's the same tech. It's just a more further down the list version of it, or rudimentary version of it. Because with that tech, I noticed on the person when they had an attachment, the device would say they had toxins, and I found an attachment every single time in those spots where the Genius said there was toxins. So. And or nanites, it picked up on nanotech too. So I'll leave this here. It's the same type of technology, folks. It's just a hand-me-down version. They say it's revolutionary, but it's a hand-me-down version from what they have in the SSP. So on the glass pads, and also what they sit around and dick with people with the presets and everything. So it is, and that's all frequencies. It's a frequencies game. So it is 2:26 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Thank you. Also, whenever I would close a circle for anything or do revocations or something, sometimes Joanna would be programmed to interrupt me. She didn't mean to do it, or my family would, like the places, everybody. I've run into that before with strangers. Like, I'll try to do something, go through a ritual. I did this too, where I was trying to do the cut, freeze, burn ritual. Anytime I would be in the middle of a spell, I said, don't interrupt me. I said, it'll be about 5 or 6 minutes. He comes in exactly 5 or 6 minutes later and goes, I thought you said it would take only 5 or 6 minutes. So, not blaming, just saying, don't interrupt unless I come find you. But that's that places, everybody concept, where they're programmed to interrupt. So, and I told him I couldn't have that ritual interrupt it at all. Just like it's a circle that's open, you have to honor that. You have to honor that space. Just like on a Unexplained episode, they were talking about an MMA fight where the circle was disrupted. Their ritual in the morning, they were opening the circle. Then what happens? There's a fight that breaks out in the stands, fight that breaks out in the street. A Draco got a good lunch that day, knowing that the circle could be disrupted by one idiot. So, or one person that's being controlled to look like an idiot. So, or disruptive force in some fashion or form. So it is 2:28 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Thank you.
Oh, the nanites from the eye, had this, looked into, a little further. Why is this, set of swords or the nanites came out, not just, on my eyelid around here, but appearing in my hair. This started to form after I got all the nanos out of my eye. I don't have any more of them. And all of a sudden I'm feeling creepy, and something told me, intuition told me, look up what shingle looks like. Sure enough, lo and behold, the immunity from the nanos went down, and I brought out shingles. If you have had chicken pox, you have that, and I've had fever sores, but that's a different kind of herpes virus. But yeah, it's closer to chicken pox. You have the different types that are already there, and immunity gets lowered from stress or what have you. And thanks to those fucking nanites and the microwave weapon, that happened. I'm doing everything I can, even pharmaceuticals at this point, to suppress this before the conference. So I'm not going to be there by then. It's like gone in a week, but still, it's obnoxious right down to the wire, And even last night, Elena said, "Oh, you have a virus." But also the thing with Gravis that I saw this morning, with that dream. I go into that place, and to my left, like on the left side here, the television, like how the left side is here. Look up at the TV. What are they talking about? That Gravis virus, right there, and how to treat it. The V2K was doing it right at the last second to try to hide itself as a synchronicity. Also, when we were in Granville, in Prescott Valley, when I had a little fire outside that I was doing a cleansing, I had a little ember come out and hit me right in that tear duct. So, and that's what also kick-started me trying to find stuff about the secret space program and the needle that went in the eye. So, yeah, even though something negative did that, it inspired me to look into the other thing, which was true and real. This was also the same thing, even though that was a false synchronicity, it led to treating the real thing. So, regardless of what I had to do it, go to this clinic, Velocity Clinic, get Valtrex and Prednisone. So, yeah. But something strong-armed me into doing it. I blame Isaac at this point. Even though he doesn't take credit for it, he tried saying, no, it's not shingles, it's not something. And I knew he was lying. It would inspired me to go look. Just like they always say, Enki lies to get you to do the opposite. Isaac likes to do it periodically, too. So do Elaine and Vessa and Vula that showed up last night, too. They said I had a virus, so that wasn't a lie. So, this will be dealt with by the conference, trust me. So anything else happens, of course, it's going to be logged. I'll try to get this edited before the conference. Of course, you're going to see it before then. Oh, the fire pit I had, I just made this little cleansing, temple space there at Granville. Had the one in the middle, moved it with some shungite and everything over closer to the house. And that's where the thing hit me in the eye and inspired me to do this. Bad things sometimes can lead you to good things. I'm not saying call out the bad things, do it. Sometimes it just lines up that way. Where the bad guys are stupid, they don't know they're become part of that system. At least not overage anyway. Overage is overage. So I wanted to specify that. It is 5:23 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Thank you.
Well, another false synchronicity to Gravis is it came up on Joanna's phone, but then she admitted to me she was searching what I was talking about earlier on her phone. It came up on the Facebook search. I was talking about it was almost the same ad. They are ad-like thing they showed at the doctor's office of the clinic earlier at Velocity. So yeah, another false synchronicity. So I find it interesting. And the two medicines are Valtrex and Prednisone. Prednisone I'm very, very skeptical of. Valtrex, I've done it before. So I was perfectly okay at the time with it. So Prednisone I'm very cautious of. So I'm not poo-pooing it, that's me. So I'll leave it here for the moment. It's 9:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. It's 9:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Thank you.
I had another narrative where I was actually in. This is the 4th of July, by the way. Then Aaron and Kate coming over for dinner, or dinner and probably fireworks. But in this instance, I had this narrative where I was in their house. We were trying to explain the vaccine and COVID and stuff to them. Because he compared COVID to getting carditis. I'm like, well, it's also the vaccines too. You can't blame one without the other one. But in real life, I said that. But in this instance, I flipped on a device that said this will. I had a handheld thing that was, Wi-Fi connected to this other thing, or a cordless connection like Tesla's stuff. Ideas. Well, anyway, connected like a remote or like a phone. And I scanned them. It was more like a tricorder, but it was an old tricorder on Star Trek, but it fanned up in a trapezoidal, upside down trapezoid with a little dish thing on the end that moved. And I scanned for nanites, found nanites in all three because the vaccines had been taken by all three. And it's like, well, now you have nanites. And I told the system, I said, clean up nanites in them in the house. Well, this will take approximately 20 minutes, 57 seconds, 51 nanoseconds, stuff like that. Said, you approve? I said, yes, and then agreed, and then it cleaned out the bodies first. I said, those particles you're seeing are nanites. And they're cleaning out you, and then they're cleaning out the house. And he's like, does it matter if I take a shower? I said, no, go ahead. I told the device, I said, what would it take to clean the neighborhood or the city? They said, the city, it would take something the size of a car. And I was like, oh, we can put that in our backyard and just have the thing running all the time, like a filter like this, like the dehumidifier. And they're like, well, people would see the nanites and stuff like that. Like, at this point, I don't care. As long as it's cleaned up. And then it said some from outside might gravitate their way towards it, trying to refill the area. I'm like, well, we'll just put devices up in every city on the planet, every major city, that is. And they would just gravitate towards them until they're all cleaned up. So whoever is unleashing them will eventually be forced to stop. And now I'm putting my there's an affirmative, and we build it, and we see all the nanites being vacuumed in everywhere into these devices, which they do have, by the way. I even saw another vision where I was in space pulling up planet-wide ones with a similar device. Somebody said, well, somebody will see this. Well, they'll think it's a meteor shower. A very colorful, fairy-like meteor shower of them burning up through the atmosphere on the way to collect. We can put them on the ground. Like, no, they have to be destroyed. In this instance, they're being collected to be recycled or destroyed. Same thing. So, I am saying now, as I'm doing this, both planet-wide, or up on that ship, doing it planet-wide, and also on the ground, both, we elected to do both, putting my name as the executive producer director, and fading to black. And that's how it's done, children. Yes, I know that's like a fireworks display. So, yes, happy 4th of July, everybody. And it's Laverne's birthday today. So, it is 8:59 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, July 4th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, this is a synchronicity that belongs with this same show, with the shingles, the nanovirus, all this other stuff. I found out taking too many electrolytes can actually fuck with your immunity and pendulum swing it to where you are vulnerable. Now, to be fair, the microwave weapon did it, and to be fair, the goo ball did it as well. So, the thing of it is, though, synchronistically, I was compelled to do it because I was getting what I wanted. This was the path to getting rid of it, was to make almost a pure alkaline environment, even though you have to have balance of acids and bases, or acids and alkaline. You have to have a balance. But what was required to get rid of it was the pendulum swing, was the alkaline environment to where the nanites drained out of the eye. That's the conclusion I came to. It was a synchronicity. Now I have to balance it back because the thing is dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Pretty much, yeah, Isaac, I know. But this, I don't hear the voice from it anymore. At all. And there are forces out there that are very pissed about that. That I immunized my brain to it. And once it's gone for good. You cannot get the goo ball thing in the brain again. Of any kind, even the ocular, watery ones, and the one that's the brain matter in the back, through the eye, wired through the eyes, everything through using the water in your brain. What I found out is they hit it with sound tones, and just like with making the sand, take different sacred geometry shapes with the with sound and light. Just like also when we went to Yuma, and I saw in the sand somebody was trying to make a reptilian face from the base underneath with moving the sand around. That's a sound trick. That doesn't mean reptilians were involved. It was military. When we went there, I saw that in the sand, like it raised up, like an embossing type of deal, or a relief. Both, actually. In this instance, it's the same as that, where that implant in the head will take your body's water and via the molecular cellular solid ability, move it around to become the implant, and via microwave weapon, or via dew weapon, scalar, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's basically a sound tone. Just like implants in the SSP, when they wanted to mind control people, you would hear in the background. The same as when Data in Star Trek Next Generation was dreaming, and he saw the enemy in his dreams that was invading the warp core, and there were these little parasites. It was a sound tone that actually had a frequency that killed them. And he, in the dream state sequence, he was uttering the sound, and they're like, "Oh my god, my ears!" It was that. It's a very famous Next Generation episode where you see also Picard is talking on the phone with the phone coming from Data's stomach. You see the meme all the time. That's the episode where he's in the dream sequence, and he's talking to Freud saying kill them. Go watch it. It's interesting. I don't remember the title, but I can put the hashtag in the description. But I should. I'm a big enough Trek fan. Anyway, with this though, the sound tones were forming. We're trying to activate that. And many of the SSP people, if you're not careful, they may try to reactivate you from a sleeper agent to try to fuse something into you to change your personality. Just like with the vaccines, we always said there was somebody trying to hijack the silver cord to change your personality around with the vaccines. And you've noticed people's personality change, and it's like they're not human anymore. That. So, and it's that guy I told you that had the surveillance drone in his eyes. It was during one of his sessions that I saw this. So I gotta be careful not to say the name, or I'd have to bleep it. But yeah, I say bleep, but you'll just hear no sound as I'm talking. It's not a glitch. I actually cut the sound bar out of there. So that's what's going on with this. It was a synchronicity the whole time. It was spirit driven to get that out, and also via Lena, Vesa, Isaac, any of them, you got to do something slightly more unorthodox to get rid of that. Alkalize your body, but you have to have a balance. If you go too much over, you might compromise. If you go too much under, you'll compromise. It's balance in all things. So, yeah, that's where I'm with that. I'm not, all the probiotics I said, wonderful products, works great, feels great. It's just that with all things, don't do things in excess. So it was a synchronicity. It's not that something gave me a virus or something promoted it or whatever. It's just it was already existing. Therefore, when the immunity went down from the multiple attacks, mainly, because my thymus was getting hit too, I kept having to pull attachments out of the thymus. Granted, some are attracted to a virus already, some are attracted to the compromised state, and some cause the compromised state, or it's sometimes a mixture of the two, the fireman and the arsonist type of thing. Like, they'll cause the very condition by which they are siphoning from, not just nearly putting out. Like, you'd think of a fireman or an arsonist being the fireman to go put the fire out that they started. It's not they're putting it out, they're milking it. So it's a little different, but you get the idea. Some are like that. The aquatic Draco aside, all this other stuff, the parasites themselves were attracted to here. This is why we wear amulets, folks, right here, with the sacred geometry on it. And even though geometry is as sacred as you make it, I'm wordsmithing a little bit, it's what you make it. Sometimes the bad guys can use it. Some are sacred enough to where it's only one, it's not as neutral as you think. It's good. That's our symbol. Shungite's the same way, silver's the same way, gold's the same way. And there's other uncorruptible elements like, say, kyanite's one of them, and moldavite and a few others. We got to be careful with that one. That's a psychic enhancer from hell if you get too much around. That said, and the magnetite too. That said, I am done, but I just wanted to update. So it is as to where we are. It is 9:27 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, July 4th, 2024. Ironically, fireworks, the 4th of July, crescendo. We're at the crescendo of this, so it is 9:27 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, July 4th, 2024. Thank you.
Speaking of nanoviruses, I'll add what I'm going to say here in a second, but what I find interesting is, they said on the news, they're going, yes, they're watching Fox and other saying, the government's working with the Taliban to root out ISIS. That is like what Joanna said, it's like working with a mouse or a rat to hunt down another mouse or rat. And I said, okay, this is where nanovirus would come in handy, like in No Time to Die, where they program it for particular people, and that person with it is fine. It can't be purged, but it was only meant to destroy one group or one other person, like what happened at the end of No Time to Die, where the bad guy infected Bond, so that his family, he could never go near his family without killing them. And then he elects to have himself be vaporized at the end. So, what happened also with this is, as well, you put an implant in them, like at the end of Kingsman, where they blow all the Cabal people's heads off. What you do is you get them to the Taliban to help you hunt down ISIS, being their rival, even though it's a playette. You put them all in one place, and then you just push a button like in a cave, and collapse them, or rig the cave. Kind of kill box them into a spot and get rid of all of them at once. Or you do the nanovirus thing where it kills only a certain specific people when you hit the activation button with the 5G. It can be used for good to get rid of our enemies and get rid of the bad guys, like these jihadist shitheads. I realize there's oppression in the Middle East, but that's why you have to get rid of the oppressors. All of them. And you can do that with this type of tech, like they did in No Time to Die, but it can backfire if some shithead gets a hold of it. That's the bad thing. The ones that were infected to do the job would end up having to kill themselves and have a body incinerated immediately to avoid spreading it, or have it be reprogrammed. Somebody could hit it with a frequency, like I said, sound light frequency, and change it. So change the frequency of it, so you gotta it can change pattern with a certain sound, light, tone, frequency, like what I said with the gate of Amaramuru, where he was talking about a certain whistle would take care of it. So I believe that's tall white technology, with the head print, and some people that have the larger head in front.
What I meant was a positive application of the nano tech. It's evil, but there are ways to positively apply it, just like with 5G. You can have a technology that could heal a planet, like in the episode of Doctor Who, the last David Tennant one, where some aliens, they called cactuses, could literally heal the planet and transform, the genome, but heal planet-wide. And the master takes it over and turns everyone into himself, and has the master race appear. That's a Martian German nod. Go watch it. And Gallifrey, that is an Orion nod. So, and the whole Nibiru prophecy. Propaganda, but Nazi propaganda. They were basically telling you who made it up. So, Sitchin aside, German, but the Anunnaki is true, but the Nibiru prophecy, no. One could argue that that was AI propaganda online too, because it was done by their generative AI, where you do Google search and they've added that in now. One could argue that that was the case, but intuitively, I don't think so. I think it was done at the right time. It was like the prednisone. Like, I was hesitant to take that because of the immunofactor. The reason being was the synchronicity for the electrolytes, because if I had taken that, it would have tipped it down even further. That's what I was being warned about, that I'd already been doing it the other way. But one could argue that the thing was propaganda too. All the other stuff's positive, great. Just like with anything, it's with temperance and balance. So I'll leave that here. It is 10:17 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, July 4th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, something just told me look up shingles online. And I did. And it was intuition. Even though Isaac was like, no, it's not, ha ha ha. Went and looked. Sure enough. You gotta follow your intuition every single time. One could also argue stress brought this out, and it's all of the above. It's all of the above. Of what happened, all the factors, puzzle pieced together. So it is 10:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, July 4th, 2024. Thank you. Also, can some of those attachments make this worse? Yes. Can they be attracted to something that's already there? Yes. Can attachments be attracted to an already existing virus or an already existing condition? Absolutely. Can they bring it about? Absolutely, like I said before. So I'm thinking it's both in this case. I'm also having trouble seeing out that eye. You can see it's coming to a head and it's about ready to go away. It should be gone in a few days. So I'm thinking I got some up here too. But it's managed to stay out of my eye, but that's why I'm doing this. So it'll be gone in a few days. We're good. So I can handle it. I can take it, not that I'm co-creating it, or I cancel that, but I'm good. It's annoying, but I'm good. So it is, I've seen worse, like with when I had the shedding and the nanovirus, which was COVID, but the insectoid virus that was around, that was worse. So it's 10:43 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, July 4th, 2024. Thank you. People are probably wondering why I bleeped out some company names and not others. The Coke and Pepsi one's already been put out there as having had this. Multiple sources are saying that. But about the energy drink names, I had to bleep those. But just avoid them all. All of them. Any named one. Of all kinds. Sodas of all kinds. But the ones that were named out there already were Coke and Pepsi. No cigarettes have been pegged with it. I just know that they're there. Avoid all of them. So vaping doesn't seem to have it. No nanites. At least not at the moment. They might, the crime might, that they're committing might escalate over to that. It's just like if they get an idea like Eureka movement, they might try it, but I haven't discovered it yet. Just like what was said in Batman, superhero escalated to a smarter criminal to a better superhero. It's kind of like that concept, the escalation concept. When people discover it, they go here, oh, you're fighting us here, so we're doing this. Then up, 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 up. That's why you gotta basically knock down that house of cards in the beginning before it goes whatever, and not allow the back and forth pendulum swing or tug of war. You just eliminate it right off the bat. Yeah, before I get any comments or anything, by the time you see this is more likely gone. I just want to say that. That's why I timestamp these. Because somebody, at one point, this is why we had the bad effects or the harmful effects of good intentions, because I posted a session once that was dated before we had corrected something energetically. And somebody went, oh, it's happening again. I'm sending light, and then ended up co-creating the problem all over again. I timestamped these not only to close the circle, but for that reason. So even if they come after or before or wherever, when I post them, and in whatever numerical order I post them, the dates and timestamps are always there. So it's both closing the circle and for that reason. And it ended up repeating because enough people believed it was still going on. I said, no, it's not still going on. Please don't co-create that. It ended. This is an older recording. Well, how are we supposed to tell? Now you know. So just like with my Q&As, there was a couple comments I had to delete when we put the Q&As back up. This irked me horribly. When I put the last three up as lifting episodes, and I put the old dates on them, people went, Well, why does it have an old date on it? Because they were already on the YouTube when we rebranded. They were there already, and you should have seen them. And they were there for several years. So when I rebranded those three, I just thought that was a stupid comment. That's me. But it's like, didn't you see the ones that were already there? So before I rebranded them, they were already on the YouTube with the dates on them. I just reposted them as lifting episodes instead of just Q&A episodes. So it is numbered lifting episodes. So I get irked when I see things like that. So I know the dumbing or the sonic dampening is going on, or people send me an email through the website and ask what the website is. To me, that's a Darwin Awards moment. That's me. That may sound arrogant, but it's very frustrating. I also mentioned Starbucks because it's also been mentioned by other people on the internet too, as far as poisons and nanotech. I believe it was Stuart Spurlow and I can't remember the other that mentioned it. But there are others that have already done it and beat me to it. Nobody's been sued yet. Also, I read that too many electrolytes can upset your stomach too. Again, I have that issue, but these things online could be propaganda, just like with the cigarettes and vaping thing. You gotta take it with a grain of salt. No pun intended. Well, okay, pun intended. Salt, electrolyte. Okay, take that as you want. It is 11:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, July 4th, 2024. Thank you.
Okay, we watched a Gutfeld from last night, from the time of this recording, and they were making fun of the Havana syndrome. There was a report where there was some people believe that Biden was hit with this. This is why he acted the way the debate. And I couldn't agree more, actually. Some kind of control mechanism that follows the Havana syndrome guidelines. They said do weapon, but yeah, V2K, yeah, falls under those categories. It's also the fourth while we're here, and there was a boom behind me. So, yeah, I find that very fascinating. But remember how they have to inform you, and they did it via comedy. They went, ha-ha. But it's really, ha-ha, we've said exactly what we did. Just like when Obama got on and said, oh, yeah, ha-ha, we talked to aliens, stuff like that. This is the delivery method because it softens the blow, and yet they're still telling you the truth. Find it interesting each time they do it because they think we're dumb. You know, I mean, they're also testing the parameters to see if people are perceptive and intuitive enough, and some of the ones that are getting past the dampening, like the warriors that will look in on this. And then smack. Hence why I have this. If I showed you what was under this, you would be grossed. So, let's just say it's not cool. And it feels like there is a tree branch in my head, a screwdriver behind my eye, and a thumb pushing on the other side of the eye. So, it is... Well, I'm going to leave it. So, it is 7:01 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, July 4th, 2024. Thank you.
I noticed the nerve that this is existing on is the same one that gets gonged if I bite on this tooth. So it attacked a weak point that somebody else had tried to implant once before. So it was kind of following the same pattern, like when I bite on that bad tooth and it gongs my head. I tell people it gongs my head. This is what this feels like. But pulsating with a drill bit here, dried tree root here, and runny, itchy, almost like leprosy lesions in places. And I can feel myself being slow. It feels like I did when I got COVID in the beginning, but not quite. It's like significantly less than that. It just makes you weak a little bit. So I'm not going to publish this episode till we're done with the conference. More than likely it'll be over with. This will be over with by that time. It will be. But I don't want anybody getting the wrong idea that I'm going to make people sick. So, nobody expected shingles at all. Zero. Including me, especially me. I was the main target of this exercise, and I am irate. It's been, my eyes have been this eye has been running all day. Just with tear, not like nanites. And I've been so mad at the guides today. Oh, you don't even know.
had people or couldn't enjoy the 4th. None of it felt like shit. So, update is what's going on. There's some areas that are getting better, some areas that are getting slightly worse, and then they get better. But yeah, unfortunately, I've had to cancel sessions as a result. I can do channelings for shows because that's easier, much easier. You would expect it to be harder. No, not for me. Sessions are more invasive, and there's a chance you could pass that to somebody. So, I'm not going to do that. This will be gone by the conference. So, yeah, well, you won't even notice. So, there's 3 2s. It is 10:12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, July 4th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, yeah, you can see I have this wrapped up. It's pretty gross under here. I gotta sleep with this, or else it runs. So, it's pretty ugly. And I'm getting some energy work done tomorrow from Mary. So, we'll see how this goes. And massage work done. I'll just tell her to avoid the face, obviously. So, I'll update after I'm done here. So, it is 10:13 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, July 4th, 2024. Thank you. I do want to say the absence of those nanites has affected my thoughts, but the presence of the virus has also affected my thoughts, has affected me personally. It is god-awful. This was definitely an attack, no question. Trying to prevent us from going to the conference. Not happening. And by the time you see this, the conference will be over. So, yeah. I'll see what happens after the energy clearing. And I'm going to focus solely on the week that I've had to cancel sessions on fixing this. So, by the time you see us at the conference, it'll be nothing. So, it'll be gone, actually. So, it is 10:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, July 4th, 2024. Thank you. Okay. Turns out I'm still going through the withdrawal of the nanos. This was what the shingles came from. You know, I was mad at Isaac. I thought they replaced something with this to cover the fact that nanos were gone. This covering like the yield basis, and that's only partially true. I mean, him and I argued even in the dream state. So, yeah, it was pretty ugly. You know, even though the subconscious in the dream state, I was still yelling at him for yield constraints and such. It can be infuriating. Especially we leave next Friday at the time of this recording to head on our trip earlier, visit family, and then head to the conference on Monday. That Monday. But, yeah. That's not this Friday, but the following Friday we leave, and then that other Monday is when we're gone. I expect this to be gone by then. So yeah, it basically was withdrawal from that. So I just wanted to update. So it is given the blow by blow. I'll see when this disappears, and we'll even see if there's more to this after the conference. So to this story. It's 9:41 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, July 5th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, went to see. And to put it in a nutshell, what happened? She was arguing with her guides too. Like, can't we take a different path for things? You know, same thing. You know, same thing. My bitches and grievances. That's a new term. Hashtag bitches and grievances. It's usually concerns and grievances, or something like that. But it's bitches and grievances. Anyway, I ended up letting Isaac have it and all that. You know, but yeah, I was in a lot of pain last night from this. But what ended up occurring was, you know, I told her about the whole nanovirus. I told her about, you know, the energy weapon. There was one from earlier in Arizona, a couple actually, that she was able to determine damage. You know that membrane that's above the brain that is a protective layer? and it also damaged the crown to where it was barely moving, hence why I kept getting fucking attachments on my head. It's also because they were going for the frequency of the virus, but at the same time, it was taking up the space necessary for them to keep hitting the crown, too. So it was also toxic slightly to them. They saw it was a low vibration. That's what they were going for. But they went, eee, like one of us would. So what ended up happening was she said, yeah, this required me toning going over that spot, and it livened the crown back up. But it was from that original microwave weapon and repeated hits there. Sacrum was the same way. As above, so below. The creative center, the root, and the third eye are all involved in creativity. That's why people think they've made something up when it's real telepathic contact. That's also the amygdala too. So, as above, so below. That's the basis of all magic. Can castrate both those two sides in its literal sense and literal energetic sense. You've crippled the person. But she was saying that the virus was taking up the space that those attachments would hold. It was also waking up dead nerve endings from my accident and everything, that these tools were needed for the conference to come from the time of this recording. So, I find that interesting. So, yeah, it's basically what I was being told is that it was exactly what I asked for. I argued that point, but I understand. You have to swap the space with another thing that even the enemies irked at. I suppose you would be irked at shingles or herpes of some sort, even though it is alien-born. But I get the concept, holding the space. Not that I want it to hold the space, but it held the space long enough to wake up the nerve endings to actually commit to the rest of the heat. I get it now. No, I look back. Yeah, we act like asses, but towards guides and whatnot, I was pretty horrible. But as you can see, I still can't open my eye all the way here. This one here. Notice when I go like this, yeah, it's really hard because it's like this big bladder that's in my head right here. You can kind of see there further up, and you can see some of this here. So yeah, she did toning with tuning forks all over with different frequencies, opening those spaces up. Worked wonders. And I had to take that Previgid because the pain was too bad. And it, if I had taken it to start with, it would have dipped my immunity too low. Now, it's of use. You see, what wasn't useful in one time is useful in another, like past life stuff. Mirroring, bad, but you take the tools that from there that you need in here now and bring them here. Or from different dimensions, universes, like you see in Everything Everywhere All at Once, where she's taking different abilities. Yes. Don't linger with that, but also what doesn't work in one moment will work in another, and vice versa. So, I will leave this here. It was slightly more fear than anything else on the other thing. I wanted to put a proper update. I didn't want to basically say, don't do this, don't do that. But I just want to show you the results. Any good alchemist, trench worker, all that will tell you the results blow by blow. Have notes like this. People wanted me to make a book, but that may still be in the works. So it is 12:57 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, July 5th, 2024. Thank you. Also, like the overdoing of the electrolyte thing, there was toning. They said you could put too much nitrates around the brain, repairing that damage. From the original energy weapon, you got to balance it a little bit. And they were telling Lena and Vesta and Isaac were telling her to stop after a while and let it rest. And it worked beautifully. Balance and all things, just like with the tower busters. Too many, too much. One or two, good. That's why more is not necessarily merrier in anything, or any respect. I do want to say I took a day break, from the electrolytes and stuff yesterday, and then went back to it. And I'm going to do that every now and then. Taper, go back, taper, go back. If you're doing a lot of outside work, you don't have to really taper, but because it burns off. If you're not, taper. If you do office work, taper. So, or if you're not outside as much, taper. So that's where I'm at with that. It is 1:02 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, July 5th, 2024. Thank you. Richie also discovered a dark elf or Syrian presence when I got home. He needed help with something that I could only briefly do. Medication isn't messing me up because he takes something, but this, it is, I was afraid of that, but this, it would leave me defenseless, but there was a ship overhead. I didn't notice. I've been too fucked up. That's why it's unsafe to do sessions the following week, and just too fucked up at the moment. I'm not saying it in an energetic sense. I'm saying that I know when I've hit a limit and I have to heal. You must absolutely do that as a seer healer, knowing if there's a bigger task ahead. You have to kind of throw in the towel for a little while. Not surrender in a bad sense, but surrender to the flow. And intuition was screaming at me to make the space for the healing. So I do apologize to anybody that I kind of screwed over a little bit. I'll get back to you as soon as I can, or get into routine again. So it is from the time of this recording. It is 1:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday. Also Jess came from that Syrian ship too. That's why the being he encountered was blue and could shift their color around like a luminescence. They can do that. They can make the energy feel absolutely just fine too. Syrians, unfortunately, are good at that. Dark elves, this is why Odin wanted to eradicate them. It's like Cell in Dragon Ball Z, where he's part Piccolo, Frieza, all the heroes and everything. And where Gohan says to Piccolo, he goes, I think my daddy's alive. I think that's my daddy. No, that's not your dad, that's Cell. He was able to shift that frequency value to the cellular structure needed to trick them. But they went, and there he was. He even had the mitre hat, everything, like you see Enlil have in Aquaman and Lost Kingdom. And that is the basically the church has that style because that's all Atlantis. So it all comes from Atlantis. That's all, unfortunately, Atlantis. Even the righteous indignation rub off Atlantis. Even the Templar styling and everything, some of it's Atlantis. So it is 1:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wait a minute. I think also some of the tall white structures and stuff came in there because Elf and Nord together there, the Sons of Odin. So you have that kind of intermix. They always liked elven women or fairy women. Now I get it. So, yeah. That's why the Greenland Vikings I saw in that past life, they went underground, and one of my past lives and his brother looked and saw this nude elven woman bathing, and one of them went, they've always been attracted to each other because it's Atlantis and Asgard. They were both kind of there. So it is in some form or another. So it's 1:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, July 5th, 2024. Thank you. I will say what we originally got hit with in Arizona was pretty brutal. That's what did the original damage. Where I felt like I was having a stroke, all this other stuff. And this was, I believe, was it pre-COVID or post-COVID? It was in and around the same time frame, I do believe. Yeah, it was the... I believe the following year, what happened was after I had beaten that. So it was consecutive after. It was the beginning of 22. No? It was 21. We went to Vegas and ran into, okay, I'm trying to do the timetable here. Then got hit late 21 with COVID garbage and other nano garbage. And then early 22 is when we got hit again. So, yeah. And that was where the dent came from. Like the guy in Skinwalker Ranch, I got the dent. I've said that before, but it's the same kind of energy. Microwave energy. So, yeah, I'll leave that here. I don't want to make this too horribly long for y'all. So, well, actually, what I will say is anything from the conference, I'll have it be its own separate recording and just link the two of them. So it is with what we talk about and everything. So it is 1:23 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, July 5th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, also, this reactivated, like I said, the pain receptors, opened the nerve endings back up before the conference. which was crucial to keeping the crown balanced down, that membrane between my brain and skull balanced. She said the nanites were heavy and went right through it and came out. That's why I felt all fucked up. It was also the microwave weapon that was doing it. That, and this also compares to the goo ball online. And somebody showed one that was removed, and it looked like a tiny reptilian. It was mimicking the reptilian coating. It looked like a baby crocodile with little legs and little arms. That's the same thing. Stuff on Stu Peters' channel, same thing. That other one, same thing that I posted on my Facebook channel, Christopher.is.jacobs. So, and it's all in the description below. So, yeah, I'll look for these links and try to put them in the description below to put them all, collate them together. But you can see this is already getting better. So, yeah, I ended up having to take the Prevagen. It hurt too bad, and I'm starting to feel normal again. So, by conference this week on. So, even though there's this weird, like, bubble or blob here, still, first, she said she'd been freaked if it had been MRSA or something like that, because that one is lethal. You have scabies, leprosy, of course, that's been cured, and this. So, and also pox, all the poxes, all the herpes. I think they're all, with the exception of MRSA, it's all related. They just look in appearance similar to one another. Like some bad guys look similar to one another. Look like some of the good guys. In this case, it was a blessing in disguise. Pain reactivated the nerve endings necessary to keep the crown stable. And that's why attachments kept coming at my head. So, it is 5:42 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, July 5th, 2024. Thank you. Here's the kicker. The virus name is completely wiped from my head and from my phone and computer's browser. Really odd. Yeah, it's very interesting how it just vanished from my head like that. So, and the computer browser and the phone browser. It looks for everything else I found. Gravas, I found all of those things. I cannot remember the name of the virus from the time I'm recording this. That's how weird the wipe is. So, and my computer got wiped of the searches for it too. So, it is 5:46 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Friday, it is 5:47 p.m. Eastern Standard. It is 5:47 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Friday, July 5th, 2024. Thank you. See, I'm even stammering. I don't know why that's happening. So, I was telling Joanna about all this a little bit ago, but that's it. It is 5:47 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, July 5th, 2024. Thank you. And I had a poignant discussion when I was there today, getting the toning done and the done on the crown to reactivate it. Could a sound tone have been used to reactivate this and not fire up the pain receptors to do it? Yes. Did Spirit or Guides or Isaac or any of them choose that route? No. They chose this one. Could they have chosen the easier one? Yes. Did they? No. And I said, I was pretty mad. And she goes, yeah, I yell them at them for the same thing. There is this other alternative. Don't be a one-trick pony. I'm like, thank you. I don't get it. I get the brick walling technique where you're trying to change a behavior. Am I ever going to touch energy drinks again? No. Because of this, I suppose. But I would have gotten rid of them anyway because they had nanites in them, regardless. So, toning, reactivate this. Ohm, reactivate this. Pain, yes it did. It kick-started it like a pilot light. Not necessary to accomplish the same job. So, mystery. Why Spirit and/or the other benevolent galactics and benevolent elementals in them did this. Mystery. But, because I accused him of planting something in for it with one thing to swap out another for the yield. That may still hold. I don't know. But you can tone it just like they toned the nanites on into existence. You could wipe it out with the same thing. not cause damage with equipment. Just go doo, like that episode of Old Trek where Kirk loses his memory, and because they found this obelisk that they popped open their communicator with the tones, and the door opens, and he falls in, hits his head, and he's amongst that Native American culture. The preservers sit there, or stuck there, and he loses his memory and calls himself Kurok, like a native, and they think he's a fraud because he can't repel this meteorite. And it was really that weapon the preservers programmed to do it, but it was broken. They had to fix it. It was like the Enterprise controls. So they would seem to be like the Enterprise controls, like the I've Touched the Sky episode where it was inside of a meteor. It was a colony ship going to a colony, but it was off course. That one, and that Dr. McCoy had an incurable disease that it had the library to save him on it. That one. But this, it was a tone, open the door, like they gave him Marlboro. So that's a good subject for GSE, actually. So I'll leave it here. It is all fives. That is abundance. It's 4 fives if you count July 5th. So this is 5:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, July 5th, 2024. Thank you. Also, another line by Tyrus. They said, it doesn't look like people are getting stupider lately, and then showed somebody trying to deal with a bull that was running around the street. But the statement alone, the dominating or psionic dampening. So, yeah, it is 6:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, July 5th, 2024. Thank you. The whole thing with making this happen so it caused another change, that's like the behavioral change a friend of mine, got hit with the cops when it was unnecessary. But somebody from the spirit family said it was for a behavioral change. Okay, in this case, it reminds me of Scrooge and the Three Ghosts at Christmas. No, for that, there was a need. No, there was no need. At least none that I can see at the moment. Did it work? Yes. Could it have gone a different way? Yes. Also yes. So, yeah. So, it is 6:28 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, July 5th, 2024. Thank you. Okay. People I've told this to often. Whereas, these are different distractive things. Like in Lincoln, the Links of Lincoln, there were 2 of the famous ones that I've talked about in recordings before. Whereas when I was doing a session both times, one of them was that Places one I told you about in the show. But it was at a different time and a different session. But just one of them was in the general vicinity of these 2 distractions. One was the complex often, accused Winston of shitting all over the place, which he didn't do. We were constantly, picking it up. And the neighbors across the way considered some grass in their area, their territory, by their apartments. Like, no, it belongs to the whole complex. It doesn't belong to you. You don't own it. You gotta get him out of here. Oh, this is ours. It's not yours. And make sure you pick up. I was like, yeah, we do that all the time. No, you don't. Not arguing with you. Shut up and leave us alone. And one time I'm doing a session, and then banging on the door. I opened the door. I said, excuse me, I am in the middle of something. Can you please stop banging on my door? And, you got to clean up all this poop. I'm like, he hasn't been out today. He didn't do that. We don't leave stuff all over the place. Where are you people coming from? I don't even know you. You don't even belong in this complex. Now, I'm asking you nicely to go away. Shut the door. Bang, 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 bang. I said, if you do not go away, I'm calling the cops. You come out here and pick up every turd. I was like, no, I will make you eat every turd if you don't leave. Pick it up yourself. It isn't ours. Go away. Why is it in front of your door? You put it there. Oh, so I did it. Yeah, you did it. Go away. If you bang on this door one more time, I'm getting a cop over here.
Stop harassing us. We're not doing any of this. And got the hint. There were several other people just staring at me. I said, if any of you accuse us again, the cops will be called, and we will be brutal. Get a life. Like a neighborhood snoop, with crazy cat lady or something going, oh my God, they're killing people. That type of shithead. They're gathering during COVID. That kind of crap. Or their lawn is too long. And they usually end up having dementia, but the cops obeyed them during COVID. All those creeps. Next one. Lawnmower man. He drove through a hedge. A full hedge. Well, what about maybe 3 feet high? 3.5 feet high. And drove up to the window. To my bedroom window, where I had open. It was nice out. Had air coming in. Sat and then texted. And had the lawnmower going right next to the open window. Right next to mine. And I had to run out there, tap him on the shoulder. I said, what are you doing? You're next to my window. What? I don't understand what you're saying. I shut the mower off. I said, stop texting and get out of here. You're making noise next to my window. I'm recording. I don't understand what you're saying. What? Blank stared, deer in the headlights or lack of blood to the brain look on his face. I said, you just mowed over a hedge to get my window. What's a hedge? I don't understand you. And energies can cause that too, that disconnect where it's selective hearing, but this was just the dumbing or the psionic dampening at work. He had been blasted, and he didn't have the wherewithal to protect himself. So I said, get out of here. And he drives off, starts up, drives off. Next day, the hedge wasn't even there anymore. It was like it had never existed. And, we had several of those. There was one famous one in not in Virginia, but in Arizona, where a couple of them. Well, there was one where I was starting a GIC episode, and the guy with the weed whacker, or not this weed whacker, but a leaf blower, would stand next to the window and just go boo and text. And just staring at their phone, texting, going through Facebook. I ran out there, I said, dude, what are you doing? You're next to the window and you're blowing my saltberry away. What? I don't understand you. I don't understand what you're saying. I had to run over to the guy's boss. I said, we're in the middle of recording something. Can you get him away from my window? He's not supposed to even be over there. I had to put the salt barrier back up. And that's a rule of thumb. Any of these people go for the protections and they wouldn't have previously known they were there, that usually means they're being smithed to do so. I was like, that's a good term. I'm going to go with smith. They were smithed to do so. So I went and got him. He's like, man, what are you doing? Get away from his window. What? I'm not doing anything. He started fighting him and everything. I'm like, what are you doing? Get away from me. And it's like, you crazy dipshit. And Manchurian candidate. But anyway, Smith. The famous one there was wife beater Mexican. And I know that sounds racist, but he was a Hispanic guy wearing a wife beater tank top. So just so I don't get angry calls or angry emails and messages over that one. That's why we call him that. But if you don't put it in context, they think you're being a racist. But I'm sitting there in the middle of a GIC. And I had ordered some alcohol online to make sprays with. That's the last time I ever did this, because it required a signature. Well, this was during lockdown, or not lockdown, but just after lockdown. And they were looking for any everyday people to deliver packages and whatnot. And this guy goes around to literally, he bangs on the door, bangs on the garage door, bangs on the side of the house, bangs on my window, bangs on everything. I had no choice but to stop the channel and run out there. I said, what are you doing? It's a package. And he's putting a letter on the door in Spanish. And I'm like, I don't speak Spanish. Give me the box. Leave it at the door. I just slammed the door in his face. He's all terrified. And went back in, finished the show. And, Also another one hitting a higher vibration or faster moving vibration. I was in Carrollton, Virginia. This is actually a good example too, where all the window shades were shut. There was no way anybody could see anybody in the house. And I was doing the session, and it was getting to a very good vibration, calm vibration. And all of a sudden, weed whacker guy goes around to literally every window that I tried to move to. He's standing going with it in the air, up, holding it up, like holding it up. And I'd move to another window. He'd be there. Go to another window. He'd be there. Go to another one. He'd be there. He had no way of knowing where I was in the house, unless he had super hearing like Clark Kent or Geralt of Rivia. I don't think, or Superman, Geralt of Rivia, I don't believe that he heard or saw me. It was the Mr. Smith effect, or the Agent Smith effect. And finally, I didn't go outside or anything that time. And some guy walks up and goes, "Man, what are you doing?" I kept putting out there, I said, "Please get this guy away from me. He's making a lot of noise." And some other person with wherewithal and brains walked up to him and went, "Man, what are you doing?" And I can even hear him going, "Dude, get away from the guy's window. There's no reason for you to have that up high. We're not getting any cobwebs. We're not getting any weeds up high or vines or anything. What are you doing?" "What? What? I didn't even know I was doing this." And also the same goes with our protection. I put tower busters all over the place. No sooner than I put them in a couple of the storm drains, there were city officials out there that had been meat puppeted by the DOD to try to remove them. They didn't get them all, but I could clearly feel there was a shift in the energies. I put them back. There's a city person going to look for them. I did that before, and there was a DOD person that showed up here. Granted, they can detect that part, but if they can't see you, they come in to they come in to investigate. Like I said, with the woman that got her house burned down because she made 5 bucket busters, and that's the limit with our formula. That's why I don't give it out. I was in the backyard. Isaac made sure I was back there. My mother answered the door, and the TOD person was saying, "Oh, do you know about the neighbor? Do you know about the neighbor going to..." And then she went to another neighbor. "Do you know about this other neighbor?" If you're running an op, you're pretty stupid if you're doing that. You're actually trying to get a better look of it, who's in the house and who's doing what, making tower busters and whatnot. I even made that dynamo, like I said. But, yeah, these are the things that happen. These are the things that drive people crazy. The meat puppets that won't quit responding to the programming. They're programmed to fight. They're programmed to distract. They're like a drunk coming at you constantly. This is tripwiring. This is the Agent Smith effect. And from this point forward, we can just say they're being smithed. Like literally like Smith, like blacksmith. So being hammered in place. And in this case, in some case, drunk, hammered, see how that fits? And being forged into and bent or molded into a form that wasn't originally their own, like Manchurian candidate. Like they said in the movie, well, it's often believed that if it was against their free will or if it's something they would never do, they wouldn't do it. And this has now been proven wrong, and they showed that whole procedure in that movie. Great example of this, brutal as holy hell, but it's a great example. The original, not the new one, the original. I've never seen the new one with Denzel Washington, but the old one. So the actor played Travis in the John Wayne Alamo that was in it. But anyway, this is where I'm at with this. But these needed to be added to this episode. So, and I just remembered they weren't ever added. You see how these things get forgotten and see why they get mad at me for putting this in. But they're also making it the never-ending episode. So somewhere it has to be capped. So it might as well be here. So it is 8:50. It is 8:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, July 8th. Of course, it's an 8. All 8s on both sides. It's 8:50. Oh, that's our number. It's 8:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, July 8th, 2024. Thank you. I will add, though, I got never-ending texts this morning. We got computer problems up the wazoo. When I'm working on this episode, it just kept happening. People would distract, making loud noises in the other room, whereas it was quiet moments before. And it was just slam, bang, boom, bang, bang, bang. And yeah, and the phone was lighting up. I had to block the person. Didn't even know the person. Person was just trying to talk to me like, "Who are you?" V2K. Just like I had somebody with this guy that was labeled Protei one time that kept asking me questions about different insiders. Well, what do you think of this person? What do you think of that person? We got to know. Like, or I got to know. Like, I don't know you. I'm not making comments on this person. Why aren't you responding to it? Why are you a coward? You know, and wouldn't happen. This was like about a couple months ago, but today, this other person would just come on. Oh, why aren't you responding? Who are you? What we got to talk to you. It's like, leave me alone, you know. And sure enough, working on this episode, the moment I turned on the editor to work on that, boom, computer starts to overheat. Everything right on cue. When things happen right on cue very often like that, even especially over 2 times, that's a scientific method you've replicated and proven concept. Happens every time I open this. So this is why this will be the last here. So it is, it needs to get pumped out of the editor quickly. So it is before we go on to the convention. This is all being done pre-convention. So it is 8:52 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, July 8th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, another one. Trying to do a session in Carrollton one time, and Joanna wouldn't stop banging dishes in the other room. I mean, slam, bang, bang, boom. And we kept having to go in there and say, can you please stop? Well, I gotta do my dishes. And it's like, yeah, but you're just banging them in here. You're not actually washing them. So can you please wait till we're done? And then on top of that, there was one time we were filming a live show. She kept coming in and asking questions. It's like, we're filming live. Go away. Oh, I didn't know. I'm so sorry. Kept coming back and doing it again. You know, so it's like, this is the type of stuff we're talking about. If any of you have had any of these experiences, please put it in the comments below. The series of unfortunate events, you know, falls under that, where it's one thing after another. Tripwire after tripwire, going from a stub toe all the way to flaming car wreck somewhere. I've heard of the entire gambit being run. And sometimes some of these things that you're hearing, like even the guy that drove off the pier here in Virginia Beach, we don't know how many of those series of unfortunate events led up to that. We're seeing everything out of context. His ghost came to us and told us there was a series of unfortunate events. Very courteous, kind ghost. Yeah, one of the few that actually were intelligent and weren't in a daze from the psionic dampening. Explained everything to us. I thought it was interesting. But, yeah, this is where I'm ending this. It is 9:18 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, July 8th, 2024. Thank you.